All right, let's get going. Let's turn up the music. Well, hello. We're back again. Back again, coding. Trying to deploy a LangFlow into a production environment. And let's close this off. We had some issues yesterday. We left off deploying the front end and the back end crashing, right? So we got the front end working. We fiddle with some of the volumes, a little bit of container stuff, and now it's running. And now we have a problem with backend, and the backend is throwing an exception. And well, it's an obvious exception. Why it's crashing. If I'm looking at this database update query, it issues user. It's a reserved keyword in Postgres, so you can use user for for many things. Sorry, you can if you can escape it, right? So we know how to fix this. So we're going to fix it right away. But I think I want to address the open source bugs that we keep coming across, not just in this project, but in many other projects that we use, open source projects that we use for our technology stack. So, plus I'm tired. So before we jump into coding and fixing this issue, because I think that's going to be a quick fix, right? I mean, it's just it's a reserved keyword in Postgres. Ironically, it's not in SQL, and that's what the problem is, right? So, let's talk about what I think is one of the major issues when it comes to open source projects and why we see issues like this, right? Pop up. Yeah, let's do that. Plus, I'm tired. So before I start coding, let's just let's get warmed up here with a diagram, I suppose. All right. So I think so. Here's my statement. One of the, I would say, major issues with open source software is environment parity. Okay. So this is one of the issues. That's the issue I want to kind of define. And why do we need to care about it and what it is? Let's look at the diagram. Let's create a new diagram. So, yeah. So you know what? Let me put a title here at the top. Environment parity. Okay. So let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's make this a lot bigger. It's going to be a major title, environment parity. Okay, so I think this is the problem. Now, environment parity, I guess let's define it first. Let's define it in a little sticky note here, what it is. You know what, let me see if I can get a proper definition from our Googler friends here. Let's see. Just want to get what is the actual definition? Oh, I like this one. This is from Matt Rickard. Okay, so I otherwise known as, well, it works on my machine, right? Okay. Let me speak just a little bit. Let's change this a bit. Okay. So that's kind of the slogan, right? And really what we mean here is that when we mean environments, we mean different type of environments like dev, stage, and QA, and the gap that exists between them. Okay, so let's just first define what is an environment. So in here, we're going to have, this is our environment. Oh, environments. So in software, okay, let me take a step back. So this is an engineering principle, which is probably going to be another tangent I'm going to go on in terms of engineers, computer science people, and coders, right? So environment parity, it's a software development lifecycle or engineering principle that we want to adhere to help us resolve some of the issues, right? So let's get into the goals in a second, but it is one of those principles that evolved over time with software engineering, as a discipline, and it's part of that discipline, right? And it's started to kind of help us, aid us along the way in our software development lifecycle. And usually, we have multiple environments when we build software. I mean, we always have our, a dev environment. So let's just call this environments. Okay, let's make this a little bit smaller. All right. So environment parity really starts with, environments, right? And in this case, we have the classic dev environment. This may be your machine. We have, traditionally, we have, some sort of a QA environment. We might have, maybe a staging environment in some places, right? We might have a UAT environment, right? User acceptance testing environment, right? And we obviously have production, the one that really matters, right? So we have the prod environment, right? So prod. These are all the kind of environments that we have. And the goal here is to, with environment parity, is to reduce the gap between all these different environments, right? Now, let me just do this. Let's, right. So anyways, these are the classic environments. I'm put this to the side, okay? So these are the environments, right? Now, why do you want to do this? What is the benefit? What are the goals of environment parity, right? Because there has to be a reason why you want to do this. Otherwise, why create so many environments? I mean, you can just go from your desktop all the way to prod, right? So your laptop, right? So let me see. Right. So there's some obvious and maybe not so obvious goals that we have when it comes to environment parity, why we actually do this in software engineering. So let's talk about the goals here, okay? The benefits, the goals of environment parity. What are some of the goals here? Well, the most obvious one is to ensure consistency, right? Right. So here we mean consistency between environments. So, well, it works on my machine is never good enough, right? So we want to have a parity between dev and prod, because if you do something in dev, there's an expectation it should work the same in prod, right? So you want to have the consistency between environments, right? So environment parity, one of the goals is to ensure consistency. That's kind of maybe the obvious one, right? Now we also have let's call it reduce discrepancies, right? Discrepancies. Okay, that's another one. Reduce discrepancies. And so there should be no discrepancy between, a very minimal discrepancy between dev and prod, right? You want to have that parity because, if it's different, if it works in your machine, there's no expectation it's going to work in prod because there's all these discrepancies, right? So we want to reduce discrepancy. That's another main goal, unless you're just coding in production environments, right? You go straight to prod. There's no dev, right? What's the other thing? The other goal would be, minimize. You want to minimize the deployment risk. Or risks, right? That's not a goal. So you want to have similar environments because, there might be driver issues. There might be other things that, that are different between environments, and that is a problem, right? So you want to have the parity between environments so you can minimize deployment risk, right? And I guess the one that comes up in this case, the last one, I think the one I care about now is debugging, right? So you want to kind of improve or accelerate debugging, or troubleshooting, right? Debugging, okay? Because, if the environments are so different between, your local and your cloud and your whatever, UAT, staging, then debugging becomes a problem. That's what we had the issues here with LangFlow, right? We had debugging issues because the environments are different. And, I'll show you how they're different, for example. So, we're deploying into Kubernetes right now, right? So that's the goal. So we containerize the application, we're deploying to Kubernetes, and we're using Postgres database, right? So what happens if I open VS Code let's clear this. So when I run this locally, and I just do, make backend, make front end, right? So make backend, right? And then I just run, make front end here on the other one. Just do one more. Make front end, right? So these things are not containerized, right? They're quite as far as possible from the Kubernetes deployment, right? Not only that, the backend is using a different technology stack, is using SQLite, right? It's not even using authentication because the developers locally disable authentication, so you don't even have a login process, authentication authorization process, right? So this is as far as you can get from your production deployment, right? So this here running locally in my VS Code, just the servers just kicking up and running, is how LangFlow people develop, right? That's what they see day to day. That's what the developers see, right? So they don't experience any issues that could be production issues because the environment parity is so off, right? So I take this, I containerize it, I put it in Kubernetes. Now I have issues, right? So now it's like, oh, this is not working, right? Because it's come different environments, right? So that's a big issue, right? The one we just see right now with Postgres is it's an obvious issue or maybe of an example of environment parity. Because why? Because we can see that the same schema works in SQLite but doesn't work in Postgres. Why? Because in this case we have user, it's just reserve keyword, right? So anyways, so that's a big issue for us. Debugging is another big issue, right? But I can see there's a huge difference in terms of the developer experience, the DX here, how developers can interact with the system day to day. All they do is just basically get the minimum stuff done to get the service running, so they can focus only on the functional requirements, right? And in production, yeah, you care about the functional requirements. The business requirements are important, but the system that runs those business rules is totally different, right? So those two environments are completely different, right? And we see this a lot with the bug fixes that we fix in this code base, because you don't actually see them when you're coding. You only see them when you containerize it and you deploy it. And you don't see them actually when you just do a simple containerization. When you run just a Docker container, you see them when you put it in Kubernetes, right? Kind of blows up there, right? So there's different levels here, right? So it's like your local environment without any containerization, you containerize local environment, you containerize prod environment, maybe Docker Compose, then you have your Kubernetes, right? And on top of that container that we built along the way is not immutable. It seems to be mutating as well along the way, right? That also causes problems. So there's quite a few issues that come up, and these kind of, where's my graph? Here, with these open source projects because of environment parity, right? That's how people interact, engage with the software. You can just clone a project to your desktop, your laptop, you fiddle around with it, play around with it, and you might do the pull request and push it back, right? Did you actually test it, right, on different systems, right? Should you test on different systems? Should be aware of different systems. Well, you should at least be aware that this specific piece of code you're writing is going to be running in different environments, right? You should be at least aware of that, right? So that is, so that's a bit of an issue. All right, so what can we add here? So, okay, well, let's just not rant about this. Let's just see what we can do here to fix this issue, right? So, what can we do to actually improve this situation, right? To make sure that the dev and prod or staging are as close as possible, right? So let's just see. So let me put another thing here. So just looking at goals. Let's look at what do I call this? Benefits? No. Methods. What do I want to call this? I'm not even not sure what we're going to call this. little thing here. We'll just call it methods for parity, okay? Whatever, just methods. What methods do we have? What tools and processes we can kind of leverage to kind of ensure environment parity here? Methods for parity. Yeah, let's do that, okay? How we can address some of these, parity issues. So, yeah, let's do, right. Let me add more to the goals here because you also want to have faster deployment, right? I mean, it's not just minimizing deployment risk, but you want to have a faster deployment, right? If you environments are similar, deploy, then it just automatically it sort of guarantees faster deployment, and because you have to get bogged down in these different environment issues, right? Anyway, so I would also add that. What else we can do here? Let me think about the methods, but let's think about the issues, right? So let's just maybe throw an issues here on the screen as well. So here, let me zoom out. Yeah, let me do another big node here. So for this node, we're going to just talk about the issues. What happened? You go there and you go there. Okay. Just zoom in here so I can see this. All right, so what happens if you ignore this before we jump into a kind of way to fix this? But if you if you don't respect the environment parity, if you don't respect it, what are some of the ramifications of this, right? This is just being weird. So risks of, what are you going to call this? Risk of ignoring parity, okay? Let's talk about some of the risks. Well, we have one of them, right? We have environment-specific bugs, right? So right now in the dev environment, SQLite is used. In my Kubernetes environment, we're using Postgres, and something simple as an update statement just fails, right? Because user is a keyword, reserved keyword in Postgres. It's not in SQL, right? So first thing that we have here is environment-specific bugs, right? Right. And then you can just have your basic works on my machine type of mentality because, hey, it just works on my machine. I mean, what are you talking about? I just deployed my backend server, my API with SQLite, and it works. What are you talking about? Schema manager is perfect, right? The tables deploy, it's all good. The simple update works, right? And then you're kind of, you feel like being gaslight, right? The gaslight, you're saying, hey, it works on my machine. What are you talking about, bro? I mean, I just built it and it works, and I'm testing it, and I'm using the table, the database, I'm using the features, but you can't even get up and running because the database is not started, right? So these environment-specific bugs waste time, right? They create friction in your team. They just create problems, right? You want to avoid them as much as possible. Another thing that comes up is, well, debugging, right? So issues with debugging, right? So that's kind of goes with the goals. But we had major issues debugging because, again, you have to debug the specific environment, specific bug in your environment, and then that is a different environment than the one you're coding in, which it works, right? So that right away, it creates all this friction. What's happening? This works here, doesn't work here, right? You're kind of going crazy, right? I mean, let's add one more, I guess. It's going to impact your software development lifecycle, right? So your release cycle, your development, so your SLC, software, SDLC, software development life cycle, it's going to be impacted, right? So impacts. Right. Majorly, right? So releasing software becomes slower. So your release cycle is slower. I'm just going to put /release cycle, whatever, just to release cycle. So your cadence, your release cycle is much slower. Delivering of features to production is slower, right? Because now you have all these issues to think about, okay, to deal with. Well, let's talk about how we're going to fix this, or how we usually fix this, right? What are some of the kind of the remedies of how to deal with some of these things? Well, one thing that we deal in DevOps is how we deal with these different environment issues is infrastructure as code, right? That's like the first thing that we, IAC, infrastructure as code. So then we can just codify the different environments in our infrastructure as code, whatever tool, Terraform, CloudFormation, Pulumi, whatever it is, right? And then it's just much easier to manage, easier to debug, right, to deal with some of these issues. Now, in this project, the open source project doesn't really have infrastructure as code there, right? They have a Docker file. That's all they have, really, right? So we create the Terraform just for ourselves to deploy it to Kubernetes, and then we can obviously, deal with, we also have TerraGround, so we have different environments as well. So prod dev, so we can start, dealing with those environment-specific issues there. But the code base, just the original code base doesn't have anything in it, right? So having infrastructure as code part of your code base also makes things so much easier, because bootstrapping your dev environment and then managing that, and then bootstrapping your prod environment and just living, or maybe just kind of enhancing the dev to prod, because usually prod and dev, the only difference is the computational power, you can say, right? Because you want to have a little bit more in prod. Obviously, there's auditing tools, there's security tools, there's other things in there that also can impact your environment. But in essence, it's just a more expensive machine, right? So you can really kind of encapsulate all that complexity into infrastructure as code, and just deal with it there, right? So people don't have to deal with it. And then when you get your project from your open source GitHub repo, you run the infrastructure as code to get it going, so set up your dev environment, and then that kind of mimics your production environment, right? It's just much smaller, much scaled down, right? Right, and the obvious one is obviously containerization, right? So this is kind of something we're doing since like 2014, right? So containerization. If I can spell containerization. So anyway, so that's the kind of the basic thing. That should be like your immutable object that we move through, to different environments. However, that's not enough, because once you containerize your application, it still has to use kind of this externalities, right? It's a distributed system, and in this case, we mean not just you're horizontally scaling it. We also mean that there's a database involved. There's caching. There's all these other API services, right? So that also needs to be kind of thought about. So when it comes to such things, the configuration management is essential, right? So that's another part of dealing with this is configuration management, right? That's another kind of method we deal with, dealing with the parity. The other thing that that we also already implement in this project is CI/CD pipeline, right? So we have CI/CD pipeline that captures a lot of the new ones and abstract some of these issues that relate to environments as well. And obviously, Git is I think the last one here. Obviously, version control. So these are kind of more buckets. They're not really specific things. They're more like buckets of what you can do to deal with some of these issues, right? But you really have to kind of adapt these kind of things in your project, right? In your code base. Because right now, looking at LangFlow, I'm running it locally like this. So that's not containerized, right? You can update the make command to kick off a container, a dev container, right? So it's a bit lighter than, say, prod container, but go through that. Also, you can manage the configuration a little bit better, because right now it's just .env files, right? That's what we have, right? So it's not really managed. It's just like, just create your own env file and then just run with it, right? So any API integration is not managed, right? And they do have a CI/CD pipeline here, but only for GitHub, right? And it's only for this project, right? So these actions here, these Git actions here, they can execute, but again, it's very specific to this project, right? So it might not be the same thing you do in your company. Your company policies when it comes to your CI/CD pipeline, your audit trail, who can access, who can see it, all that stuff, how to apply database, scripts. It's not captured here, right? Anyways, so these are kind of, to me, there's a fundamental issues that they're not addressed by open source community at all. It's more about, let me create a repo, let me use least amount of project management as possible, because now project management is seen as evil for whatever reason. So when you want to manage people, it's like, dude, I just want to get my shit out, right? I just want to code something and release, right? Code and release, right? That's the mantra these days. AI code release, right? You go through that loop, and then what happens when you vibe coding fails you? Well, then you have to start doing some engineering, right? So you could vibe code your way to production, ignore everything, and and then pay the consequences once you are in production system, and you have no security, no backups, none of the production ready systems, and and to me that's almost like the essence of open source these days. It's more about just give me the core functionality, and to hell with everything else, right? They're not thinking about everything else. And then also, if you do bring it up that, hey, what about security? Well, the attitude is, oh, it's open source. You can just fork it out of yourself, right? It's, because it's about transparency. So, and what are you complaining? We give me all this code for free, right? Which is not free, right? There's obviously a price to open source. It's a business tool. It's not a free tool, right? So they almost like gaslight you to be thinking, oh, you're doing something bad because you want quality software, but you get this open source project, and then it's like, oh, you have this open source project. What the hell? What do you care about quality? You just use it, right? Just run with it. Take it to production, right? Well, you really can take it to production because there's issues and bugs all over the place, but you have the code, right? So it almost reminds me of Family Guy. When Peter Griffin gets fish, right, as a present, exotic fish, they have to be fed every 2 hours, and they haven't been fed yet, and he has to run out and and get the food for the fish to feed them because they'll die. So that is the most like inconsiderate gift you can give somebody. Here's fish, they're gonna die in 2 minutes, go get some food, right? That's what open source feels like. It's an inconsiderate gift, right? Get this gift, it does what it does, but it's so inconsiderate that you have to do so much work to bring it to production, right? And if you do try to bring it to production and you have the goal of saying anything negative, how dare you say anything negative? You're getting all this for free, right? So it's an attitude problem in the industry, right? And code base like this, which is a huge code base, and there's lots of people working on this, it does require a little bit of project management, right? Project management is not evil. Engineering is not evil, right? Taking a step back, thinking things through is not evil. Just running to production, with kind of this business mindset, just time to market, that's all that matters. To me, that's a worse evil than actually, overthinking something and thinking it and pondering it and saying, hey, let's design a better system, right? I'm not talking about, taking forever to design a system. Taking, just take a step back, right? Think about things, right? Engage in engineering, and that's probably my next rant. So let's do another rant here. So I'm gonna say this is an engineering. Yeah, let's do this. So I'm going to call this an engineering practice, right? So this is an engineering practice here, okay? And I'm going to call it software engineering practice. Okay? That's what this is. Now, the reason I bring this up is because, with the growth of the, this explosion of vibe coding and this kind of, I don't know, this almost disrespectful tone to anybody that wants to actually build quality software, versus just releasing it. Again, it's a false dichotomy. You should do both, right? You should create good software and release it fast. There's no reason why you can't do both at the same time. But people create this false dichotomy and say, oh, you're over engineering. Oh, you know what? Why aren't you just releasing something, right? It just, again, it's a false dichotomy. It's just two binary options, but there's a lot more, right? So, I like to always kind of approach things from an engineering perspective because I'm an engineer. So that this is, the way I kind of think. And when it comes to engineering, there's some kind of principles and things we do to actually be engineers, right? And maybe that's let's talk about it, because let me scroll down here. So a lot of times we have these, again, I don't want to say a false dichotomy. It's almost it's almost like we have these camps, right, where we put software engineers here, and then we also have another camp where we call what, coders, right? And then we have the computer science people, right? So computer science. Right. So we always have these three buckets, right? And then we talk to people, we always kind of put people in these three buckets for whatever reason, right? And we assign motivation and ideas and skills and tools and background to these three avatars, right? And it's weird, but let's do that. Let's assign. Let's fully bake these avatars to see, how to, I don't know, how to identify them, how to categorize them, right? So let me see. Let's maybe put some categories or some. Let's compare them. Okay, let's compare them. Each of these different buckets, just to kind of tease out, the kind of this kind of weird view that people have of these three different positions. I don't want to call it, what is it called? Specializations, skills, right? So let's talk about focus first. What is the focus of each one? So what's the primary focus? I don't even know how to, we're going to do this here. So how are we going to draw this? Whatever, just do boxes again. So focus, well, what is the primary focus of each one? So focus. So let's talk about focus. So each one of these has a specific focus, right? All right, let's just do it like that. So focus, okay? So what is the focus of software engineers, right? Well, we are thinking about kind of end-to-end software development, right? So I'm going to just call it end-to-end. I mean end-to-end, right? Everything, front and back end, the tools, the AI, everything. You have to think about everything, right? And not only that, you have to think about security, everything that related to security, regulations, compliance, performance, all that stuff, right? So it's fully end-to-end, thing we need to focus on, right? So what about coders? What is the coders focus on, right? What is their focus? So let me see. What will be the the way to describe them? Well, I mean coders. So the idea here is just to write and debug, right? Code, right? So you write and debug code. That's all you do. That's the whole purpose of coders, right? Right. So you're not thinking about end-to-end software development. You're thinking about coding, right? So you write and debug code. That's what it is. Let's just put writing, making an action. So the focus is writing and debugging, right? Debugging code. What about computer science people, right? People get computer science degrees all the time. What is their goal? What is their motivation? What is their focus right now? So if you do go through a computer science degree, you obviously it's pretty vast, right? But if I have to boil it down to something that we can put in a single box, I'm gonna call it. It's more about theoretical foundation, right? Theoretical foundation. Right? So it's not and research and research, right? Not just because it's science, so research. Right, so it's less practical. So here I'm just going to add also practical as well. Right, so we'll talk about practical end-to-end software development. And computer science is really about theoretical And yeah, it might be unfair. Obviously, these are kind of generalization, but we're trying to generalize here just to kind of tease out some of these camps here and where things are going and why we might have a little bit of a crisis on the horizon. I mean, vibe coding is ridiculous right now, and it's actually used by the wrong people for the wrong reasons. I mean, vibe coding is amazing if you know what the hell you're doing, right? Because the knowledge that you have to look at the feedback from your vibe coding, interactions with the language model, and you can judge if it's good or bad, right? So if you have that knowledge, it's amazing, right? Ask AI to write a piece of code. You can tell, no, that's bad. Claude, go fix it. GPT, go fix it. Now that's bad. I don't like this. But you have that understanding, right? So, but if you have no understanding and you're just writing code just to release something, you're a founder and you just want to release the software because you're in a crunch, you have to deliver something to the market, and the vibe coding is a solution. Well, it's going to be painful for you, man. Okay, so anyway, so that's the focus, right? So I think that's fair to say. Each of these have different focus, right? So what is the next thing? So we can talk about kind of the role level, right? So in terms of the scope of the things they have to do. So let's do that. Let me just pivot these things here. So because I can, right? So let's do this. So I can just add more things here. Right. So when it comes to software engineers, what do we say? We say, let me put a box in here for beside focus. Let me put it role level. Okay. Let's add that box everywhere. So let's define what is the role of each one here. Okay, let's do this. Anyways, and I promise we're going to tie it back to the above diagram. We'll just tie it back to this one here in a second, to the software engineering practice, because I think there's a, I think there's a bit of a crisis in our industry here, and you can see it through, the GitHub projects or just open source projects, whatever, not just necessarily GitHub, anywhere. Anyway, so what is the role level of software engineer, right? Versus coders versus, computer science people. So let me just see if we can define this quickly here. All right, enough fiddling with this. All right, so when we talk about engineers, we're talking about kind of, more broad and strategic role level, right? So let me put this here. So here, I'm going to say broad and strategic. Strategic, right? Strategy, okay? So this is the way I'm always kind of thinking about software engineers and what they have to do. And they have to kind of think about a lot, right? Broadly, think about all the issues. I mean, database backups, database security, who has access to security, what audit trail you have security, right? So because you need audit trails, right? So it goes well beyond just your functional logic. In fact, a lot of time your business logic is so tiny compared to all the non-functional stuff, all the system stuff to think about, that it's just overwhelming for a lot of people, right? It's very easy to narrow focus on, the code you're writing, your business rules, your say React component, front-end component, versus thinking about all the other stuff around it, right? So for coders, I would say for coders, the way I usually kind of think about coders is that it's very narrow, right? So it's a narrow focus, narrow role, and it's very implementation focus. Implementation focus. All right. So that's the way I'm actually defining coders, right? Their role level. Now, if you think about coding front end, That's very narrow, just the front end, right? Now, are you thinking about something like Sentry, for example, to be able to be able to monitor your front end level system? A lot of people don't, right? Do you think about logs? No. Metrics? No. Right? Web vitals? No, right? So a lot of coders, they have a very narrow focus, right? And then really just want to build that business logic and just deliver it in your browser from the businessman eyes or woman eyes, whatever, business person eyes, let's not be sexist. And so they can actually look at it and say, good job, there's, amazing, we can start selling it. So let's package this and sell, right? So that just that's kind of weird, man, because they did nothing to the security, right? For example, a lot of times, right? You see these, goods where security is nowhere to be found, right? But it's a product that's supposed to be delivered to these millions of people, but it's just crap security, right? But we're delivering it, right? It's just weird, man. It's just a weird thing. Now, for computer science, let's see these comments here. Coco, shh. All right. So for computer science, again, the role is a little bit different here, or the role level. In here, again, it is broad as engineering, but it's more about kind of theoretical and kind of research driven, right, versus being strategic. So let's make this broad as well. Just packages arriving. Doug is not happy. So here again, it's broad, but it's a different focus, right? So it's not really strategic like engineers when you have to kind of build a system. Here it's more about theoretical and say research driven, right? Okay. Right. Now let's talk about some of the responsibilities, because maybe that's it's another kind of important aspect of each of these kind of buckets here, right? So what are the responsibilities here? So let me add the responsibility here box. Responsibilities. Responsibilities. Let's move this down. Responsibilities. Just checking my spelling. All right. So when it comes to responsibilities, we're talking about a lot of times when it comes to engineering, it's about the system, right? The system design, right? You're really thinking, it's just the system level thinking, right? So system design and development. You want to do both, right? You want to engage in system level thinking, not reductionist thinking, right? You want to think broadly, holistically about the system. You want to develop the system, right? So I think that's the way kind of engineers approach the role, right? System driven kind of approach. For coders, it's a little bit different. I think for coding, again, it's about implementation, right? So it's like if you can implement, your piece of functionality, you're good to go. So in this case, it's a code implementation. And debugging, again, so just add both. I just keep it consistent, right? So these are the kind of responsibilities we usually expect coders to have. Just write the code, implement the code, and then just debug it if something happens, right? For computer science, it's a little bit different, I think. Here we have again, it's more driven by kind of scientific and theoretical background. So in here, when you take computer science classes, it's really about thinking about and developing new algorithms and doing research, right? So say developing new algorithms. We should have a spell check in this Lucid chart, so I don't have to make spelling mistakes. And theories, right? And your computer science theories, right? So that's kind of the responsibilities of computer science people, right? I guess just to round this off, let's talk about the background, right? Like, what is the kind of, again, the stereotypical background of all these kind of buckets here, right? So if I was going to say typical, so let's make it typical, average, typical background, typical, okay? Right. So when it comes to engineers, you can obviously go to your, software engineering school or system engineering school, right? That's usually where, that's your typical background, I would say, unless you come from, you kind of evolve from, say computer science or, go through multiple layers of coding, right? So there's a path to become an engineer, but not but, and the obvious path is just go to engineering school, right? So software engineering school, so typical, software engineer. Or you could be a system engineer, right? So there's lots of system engineers as well that then specialize in software. So this is a kind of typical stereotypical background, right? For coders, well, this is where I have an issue, not necessarily an issue, because there's lots of good go-getters here. There's lots of people that want to succeed and write good code and get into the software, all that stuff. I mean, a lot of times we have people from computer science courses, right? Or courses or degrees or / degrees, right? So we get the computer science people in here. The reason I put them in here because a lot of computer science people don't have the engineering background or they don't get educated in these principles. If you take your algorithm class or your networking class in computer science, it's like theoretical information about your networking or algorithms or machine learning, right? So they don't tell you how to make it production ready. Like, what is the software methodology to follow to bring a good quality system to production, right? In terms of security. So for me, computer science people miss that whole engineering part. They're really good in understanding software, but not engineering software, right? Again, stereotypically speaking, right? So that's why a lot of coders do come from computer science courses and degrees. Now, here, let me just also add, there's lots of people that are self-taught, right? So, self-taught people, I know quite a few self-taught people that are really, really good, right? But with vibe coding, I think that's not going to be the case anymore because people don't really focus on want to deal with software. They just want to create software, right? And there's a difference there. There's, your language model spits out software for you. You don't know if it's good or bad, but you just take it to production, right? So you're really not there to understand the software. You're not reading the software. You're just clicking the prompt button, multiple times till it works, right? So that's a problem. We also have a lot of people coming from programming boot camps, so colleges, right? Programming boot camps or whatever, colleges, right? So these are the kind of typical backgrounds there. And for computer science, I think these might be obvious, probably the most obvious ones, right? Again, this is just straight from computer science degree courses, right? So, this is just CS courses, right? Just put CS courses here, CS degrees, whatever. Okay, and a lot of people from here, they do migrate, here, right, to become coders, right? And what's missing here is that this whole top part, it's the engineering part is missing. How to actually engineer systems. Now, there's this weird blowback again from kind of famous YouTubers here, and developers and a lot of people on X about this whole idea of design versus build, right? Like it's some sort of a weird choice you have to make, right? Yeah, again, this kind of false dichotomy, which we kind of get into all the time. So this is design versus build, right? And one is obviously promotes time to market, right? You got to build shit and just time to market, right? So the idea is you build and you just release, right? Build and ship. Now here, design, it's always correlated with over engineering, which is weird, right? Right. So they have these kind of two assumptions, right? Now, a lot of times when you get into these false dichotomies, because again, this is just binary options, right? You got to look up, right? You got to look up and see what is the common factor here, right? What is the common factor? Well, the common factor is your engineering discipline, right? So as a software engineer, you should do both, right? You don't optimize for one for the other. Like, why would you? Why would I optimize for build or design? That doesn't make sense. Am I just building shit like a monkey all the time, just building and releasing and just without even thinking because I just have to deliver something? Like that is my mode of operations all the time? No, man. Or I just design it, always stuck in a design phase. No, nobody's doing that, right? Nobody just designing, forever. It doesn't happen, right? So these are just kind of talking points. But if you kind of go a little bit higher and look at the, kind of the parent concept, what's software engineering, right? So don't optimize for design or build. Optimize to become a good software engineer, man. And build and design is just part of that, right? And then once you come into here, then one of the principles that you should be aware is, the practices is this, right? Environment parity, because works well on my machine is something that is, I don't want to say, I don't want to swear, but that usually happens when you're starting software, right? When you build stuff locally, you don't have the concept of production or different environments, and you just are happy to build something and you go. So it's a bit ignorant, right? You spend some of the time. So I'm not trying to be an elitist here, saying, oh, people are no good because they are not engineers. No. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? You get this Dunning-Kruger effect. I don't even know how to spell Dunning-Kruger. I think it's Donnie with, right there, right? So something like that, right? So, right. So you have such big confidence. Let me look at this one here. Maybe it's a good example here, right? So when you're kicking off, you have all this confidence. You're the first peak, right? You're starting, you're extremely confident, you're ready to roll. And the problem is that this is a dangerous place to be at, right? Because you're ignorant almost of everything, but you're very confident, right? Your confidence level is low, but confidence is really, really high, which is great. You should just take that and take the energy and just learn more, right? Just get into the software even more. Just experience and just do a deep dive, because now you have the confidence and increase your competence, right? Like you really, once you kind of start working in this industry for a while, you really realize that you don't know that much, right? There's so many things to know. I mean, now with specialization, front and back end, AI, machine learning, DevOps, they have all their camps, and you once you realize that there is, once you understand the landscape of your, of the software and the different disciplines that are within software, you kind of get stuck here in the middle. You kind of, your confidence go a little bit lower. Your confidence gets adjusted, and you become more competent. You know what's happening, right? Now, the goal is always to be at the, at the expert level here, right? Because at the expert level, you know what you don't know, and that's an amazing place to be, because you know the landscape, and you know what composes the landscape, and you also are proficient in some of the parts of the landscape, but also you don't know what you don't know, right? And it's just that's a powerful place to be at, right? Because that then it removes the ignorance, right? Anyways, enough ranting. Let's just do some code. Oh boy. Anyways, moving on. That was too much ranting. Okay, let's do some coding here. Anyways, let's get back to coding. So backend issues. So we have this issue here. So I'm looking at this issue. First of all, first clue is there's nothing wrong with the statement. So, and it says new user, which means that there's something happening here with this. It's a valid statement. You can see there's nothing wrong with the statement, right? So the assumption is, at least right away, for my Postgres brain or relational database brain, that there's a keyword issue, right? So user is a keyword. So let's fix that. Let's just go find the schema manager section that we added for single sign-on, where we actually add the is Keycloak user, and update it. So just go find this. And let me stop these. All right. So what we're gonna do here? You know what? Let's adjust the volume. We didn't do it last time. So volume. Let me add one more thing here. So we added this access and genetics log here. I'll make this a volume. Now, the reason you want to make this a volume, the reason you use the volume directive here is for a simple reason that it tells the container that this section here that's going to be mounted has its own life cycle, right? So the life cycle of the container is separate from that file system or that section of the file system, right? So once you define it as a volume, you can actually mount a volume to it, but also this this anonymous volume that gets created for you, right? So let me see. Since we already deployed this locally, we should what? Is my Docker not running? What's happening here? What the hell happened? Docker just crashed on me? What? That's new. Well, that's the first one. Retry. Okay. Failed to fetch extension. Update. What's well, that's new. So let me close this Docker, man. What the hell just happened? So I'm on the Mac, and I don't know why this just crashed. Never seen that crash before. And we use Docker since 2013. So there you go. Maybe it's just a ranting I did, crash the Docker. What is this? Restart needed. So it installed the updates. It's waiting for the restart to happen, but it's not restarting. Okay, so it looks like a bug in the latest update. All right, let me kill it. Hold on, I can't even close it. Dude. All right, let me kill this force quit. What the bloody hell is happening here? All right, let's force quit this. Interesting. All right, well, there you go. We have evidence. The last update broke Docker. Oh boy, and it can restart itself after the update. Okay. All right, so if you haven't updated yet, just wait for the update. What is this? Ask Gordon, the added element to this. Okay, so AI is everywhere. Okay. Anyway, so we have Ask Gordon to talk about your containers. Anyway, so volumes. So all right. So if I deploy both these containers, the backend and front end, and we have a look at this volume here. So it was temp, right? So when you do it, usually use the volume for your containers deployment and Docker Compose deployment. Kubernetes doesn't care about this. So in Kubernetes, we're going to also mount a volume to temp in a second. So just to, we're going to clean this up, right? But in general, when you define a volume in your Docker file, it's really just to let the container know that there's something going to be mounted to this, directory, and then it just has it's a different lifecycle. It treats that directory a little bit different than all the other files in your container, right? So right now, if I look at so we deploy this now. The volume is in the front end image. So let me do a Docker inspect here. And this one should have a volume section here. Here, there's volumes, right? So it mapped as a volume. It expects that there's going to be a mount here on the specific directory, right? So it treats it as a volume. Now, it should also create an anonymous volume. So on volume without a name. So if I go Docker volumes, volume ls. So so these volumes that are created here, these are the anonymous volumes. They have no names, right? You can give it a name and create a Docker volume and then assign it to it, right? But this is what happens in general. Now, so I only do this because for Docker Compose and for local development, right? But for Kubernetes doesn't care about this thing, right? So anyways, let me just add this here. And for Kubernetes, mental note, let's add a temp as well. So before we fix the Postgres bug, let's just go back into the Terraform deployment. And I'm going to add, just as a cleanup, where's the volume? Oh, here, sorry, volumes here. So here I'm just going to add name Nginx temp. Okay. And this one's going to be, right, mounting. Okay. So we're mounting it to the same path as we defined in our container Docker file. Oh, sorry, image Docker file. All right. And now this is going to, let's just make this empty dir as well. So it will use the empty dir within Kubernetes to kind of manage this. So if the container or the pod dies and the container dies, you can still, well, it's an empty dir, but you can obviously put different type of volume here to preserve some of the data. Anyways, so this is a bit of a cleanup here. Let's go back to the LangFlow. All right, so we'll build this in a second. What else? Right, so the schema manager here within the code base. Where's the schema manager? Here. So we have different versions here, right? So we have a file for each update that we're trying to do. So we added Keycloak one, or this one here. And right now it's crashing at this point, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this in quotes. And you know what, I'll put the other thing in single quotes, I suppose. Okay, so this is one way to deal with reserved keywords in Postgres. Now I'm gonna run this locally just to see if it messes up, SQLite. Again, environment parity. Like I don't want to just test this in Postgres. If it breaks local development, because then people will just change it, right? Anyways, so that's that. Anything else here? User. So first of all, you should never name your tables. User is not a good table name, right? Because obviously there's methodology to naming your tables, your nouns, your verbs. You go through this whole thing, shebang, as you do with your classes, right? There's a whole thing around it. Now, users is probably better with an S plural here. Just that's my preference, using plurals versus singular nouns. But there's better ways of naming this. Anyways, let's ignore this for now. So let me run this with an empty database. So this database here, this is the SQLite database that comes with this, with the project, or is actually created. I'm just going to clear it. Let's find it here, and I'm just going to use my database manager here, SQLite database manager, to deal with this. And before we build this, I'm going to I'll just probably blow this away because it gets created, and then let's do that. Let's just delete this. Let me look at the user table here. Right. I'm just going to revert this from Git. Probably that's the fastest way of doing this. Oh, let me delete it. Okay, I'll delete it. So let's just make sure that nothing is running. Let me kill the Dockers as well. All right. So I'm just going to delete this database and then run the backend again, and it should create the SQLite database and go through the update scripts here. Right. So just created it again. Okay. So I just want to confirm that this upgrade script, it gets executed. It doesn't break SQLite, so there's no SQLite issues. And then just let's package this and deploy this in Kubernetes. Right. Okay. So I can see it here. It's executing the different scripts. There's a foreign key issue here. Oh, I think they have a problem with one of the scripts here. So this is not a valid foreign key constraint on the floating. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that one. I know that one. Okay, so it looks like it's running. All right, let's hit the back end of the front end. I mean, in our Chrome tab, and see if we're good. All right, so nothing is broken. It's all good. Let's let's confirm if the database is still there. Obviously, it's there. Let's see if it's was created with all the tables. Yeah, and there's the user table, and the user table has. All right, so it didn't break it. Okay, so it updated the user table with the property here. Cool. Okay, so let's build this and let the CI/CD pipeline do its thing. So let's commit this. Is there anything else I want to do with this container? Or this Docker file? No, no. Right. All right. Let's push this and build it. Did I save this? Hold on, what happened here? Oh, right. Don't you hate that in the VS Code when you do make a change, the autosave is not enabled in this project, so then you thought you saved it, but you didn't, okay? That is just annoying, right? Anyways, let's just kill this. Let me delete this again, this DB, because it wasn't a fair test, because I didn't save the file. All right. Is it gone? I'm just going to delete the additional SQLite files here. Okay, let's run this again. Oh boy. All right. Let's look at this again. Yeah, still no issues. Okay, so we're good. All right, let's push this. What happened? Oh, it just got formatted? Okay. Just looking at all these additional spaces here. I guess the linter just kicked in. All right, so we added this quotes around this. Anything else that needs to be quoted? No, the other thing is done with the classes, with the objects here. So the only thing that executes here, browse SQL, is this thing here. Okay. All right, let's push this and let the system pick this up and build. Holy crap. Let's commit. Well, so we're using our own CI/CD system here. So it's building on our servers, not in GitHub. So we're not using the one that comes with the open source project. So we're using Cloud Build for our CI. For the CD, we're using Terraform. It just worked out this way for this project. So actually, let me just, I don't need this, let's close this. So there we go, it just got queued up, it's building. It's going to build the front end to back end and push it to our repo. Now, so I don't get misunderstood here. There's so much mobility between these things, right? So if let me just make let's make a circle here. So there's a significant overlap. So there's overlap and mobility, okay, between all three. So just not to get confused. So it's not like you can be one or the other, you're stuck or something. There's people just move between these different disciplines, right? Or these different designations, I suppose. So there's a lot of mobility here and overlap between them, right? Just to be clear. A lot of overlap. Okay. It's taking a while. So in the meantime, let's have a look at the LangFlow GitHub project, because we forked, what was it, a week ago, when we added all these changes, the front and back end changes. So I want to see if there's anything's been fixed on their end. Here. All right. So first thing that we had an issue is with the logging, right? That was still broken. So let's look at the master branch or the main branch to see if that's been fixed. So where's the logging? Base, LangFlow, core, I guess. It was in core. No, it was it logging? Here it was logging, right? So the biggest thing we had is with patching. Patching was broken here. So logs were not properly patched. So where's patching? There's patching here. And the serialization here, one's patched. So where's, okay, here. So it's still broken, you can see, right? So still hasn't been addressed because the patch returns another logger, right? So if you don't capture the logs, it creates a new instance of a logger, right? So you're going to lose the patch, right? So this is a problem. So this still hasn't been fixed, right? Yeah, besides all the other logging issues. So you can see that basic errors are still there. What about the thing we found yesterday from Postgres libraries not being installed? So I don't know, base, backend, but let's get the base one here. So yeah, oh, there we go. It's been added. See, somebody just added it right now. This is what took me like an hour yesterday. So yeah. So this wasn't there. Let me see, when was this added? I wish they had, I checked yesterday. Yesterday, for fuck's sakes, man. Did you add this yesterday? Did you just watch me do this live? Anyway, so that was broken. Obviously, it was missing the binaries. So we added that live yesterday. Like, it took a long time to debug this, right? There I go. This is my code here that I added. They didn't pin the numbers. So here's the difference here, right? They're not thinking about production again. They're not pinning the numbers, the versions, right? They're just adding the version, the latest one. So this whole thing is, again, it's not predictable. It's not immutable. So it's not production ready. But look at this. Yesterday they added this, right? No, I see they added a little bit more private. What is this access type? Okay, we're gonna have to sync this with this project a little bit later, I guess, just to get the latest updates. But right, so somebody finally checked their, tested the Postgres, right? Not just, I don't know. I am annoyed at this because I was assuming that the containers at least are solid because they've been using them for a while, but they obviously have a obvious issue. They missed the main. There's no need for Git. Why are you including Git here, right? There's no need for that. But they missed the obvious, Postgres library, because you can't. The main issue here is that when you do a multi-stage build, like they're doing here, they have a builder, and they install the libraries here. Well, the binaries will be just installed in this image here, right? They're not copied over to this image, right? They just copy over the directory, but not the binaries that were installed, because they're just installed that Linux image, right? Linux, whatever distro. That parent, that first stage builder, multi-stage build, right? So it's missed, right? So, I made the assumption that the container was solid. Anyway, so we rewrote the container. We fixed a few issues here. Anyways, so that is annoying. I'm happy they added it, but why was it added yesterday, but not like 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago? Maybe when the project started, right? Like, who tested this and said this works, but it doesn't work because you have no lib, so you would never get this working, right? So there you go, right? So it just kind of shows you that maybe a project manager will be useful here, not just relying on the community to organize itself, because community a lot of time is just mob rule, right? And there's agendas and all that stuff, and people not testing. I like SQLite. That's all I like. I'm not going to go with the relational databases, right? So there's agendas here, right? People just don't care, right? So there has to be some sort of evangelist, somebody that fights for the projects, that wants to succeed and puts it forward, and not just lets people do whatever they want to do, right? And just focus on their own niche thing, right? Anyways, I am annoyed, but whoever fixed this, I don't know the person, but I'm happy you did it. Right. So annoyed. Anyways, let's see if the build has finished. Well, just answering things. Okay. Done. Okay, let's now, what we're going to do now, let's apply a Terraform changes as well. So that would trigger the build. So we're still on a pull request with Atlantis here. So Atlantis failed because of the backend container failed. So we can just still be in the same pull request. Just push the changes here. So one change we just made is the volume change, and we can apply the same changes. So where is it? Right. And since we're grabbing the latest for this build from our repo, we're not doing this by digest or by tag right now. We can just grab the latest build that just happened. So what am I doing? Let's commit the changes here to our GitOps branch. All right, let's have a look at the pull request. All right, Atlantis is working, applying, doing the plan for the Terraform code. That should be good. There's nothing that is invalid from a Terraform component. Okay, cool. Let's apply the changes now. Let me just grab the apply from here, Atlantis apply. All right, let's see if we have better deployment. Both are terminated. Let's see. All right, so the front end is good. Let's look at the back end. This is what database issue was. Stateful set takes a little bit longer than the other deployment usually. Why is this green? Where's my pod? Why is this green? Come on, Google. There's no pods, man. Why is my stateful set green? Oh, there we go. All right, so the status there is not the best, right? All right, let's see. So now, let's see. Let's actually watch this in. All right, so it's kicking off. Let's just watch it here. So this is just following the logs here. All right, so it looks like that fixed the problem, but there's another problem here. Mismatch between the models and database. What is this? Let me open this in the Explorer here. Let's just have a look at the database schema manager here, how it applies the changes here. Oh boy, okay. So let's get the latest code. It has the same pod name, right? So because it's a stateful set, so it's just grabbing the previous logs as well. And we can actually limit this to like, let's just look at the last, 5 minutes. So we don't get confused. All right. What happened here now? So use delete does not exist. Yeah. I wonder if it's a problem because it was a little bit applied, like half applied last time when it crashed. I wonder if that's the issue here. Let me look at this this error log. Now, as you can see, we have this in a JSON now, much better than having this, in freaking columns. So we did fix the logs as well. So you can see now it is a JSON payload, so it's much easier for us to manage it. And there's the message, right? Okay, what does this say? A new upgrade operation detected. Yes, good. And what's the error? That's not the error, right? Here, the error is here. Delete does not exist. See, they even put the codes here automatically for us, right? So the stuff we missed in the previous, the stuff we just pushed. user deleted does not exist. Let me have a look at that. Did I messed up the little piece of code there? Yeah, I did, right. So I should probably write a unit test for this. That's probably the best way of doing it, because right now for the downgrade, we have the delete here, the drop, but also we added 2 more columns here. I did add 2 more columns, didn't I? Deleted? Where's the deleted? Wait a minute. Didn't I add deleted? I did add deleted. Did I just add them to, 1 second. I think I forgot to add them to the script here. I should definitely do a unit test for this thing here. Maybe that's what next thing we'll do. Write a quick unit test for Albenic here to see. Anyway, so when we look at the database model, which is the user, what the hell's the user? The user will be in, where's the models? Where directory is the models in? Is it service? I think it's in services and database or something like that, right? Database, models, user. Yeah, I did. I added the self deletes on purpose. It's just so we can, again, track user deletes. We don't lose their content. Okay, so, but these 2 have to be added to the freaking script. So let's, okay. So yeah, I didn't add them here, did I? No, I did not. Column, just email. Okay. All right, let's add these. So let me put this in, let's comment this out. Not TypeScript, but Python comments. All right, so we're going to update this and build it again. So the idea here is to do an upgrade and downgrade scripts. So we're going to detect if the columns exist, and then downgrade, that's a simpler one, and then we're going to delete them. So these are the, this is the simpler one. Okay, so that should be enough to drop them if something happens. So this is, again, this is transactional. So if there's a problem, it will call the downgrade in the transaction. All right, cool. That's good. It's deleted. Yeah. Now in here, this section, I'm going to add those 2 columns. So add the deleted, doesn't exist. So if deleted column, wow, the code completion is on point today. Damn. And I was about to use windsurf. Holy crap. Because I was so upset with, well, okay, that's too much. Okay, dude, now you just, all right. We went too far. Okay, let's just go from the top. It's deleted. So check if it's not in columns. User table, sure, it's deleted. So we're checking here. It's a Boolean, false. It's, yeah, make it nullable, because again, we're adding it, so we don't want to set the value ahead of time. It has to be nullable because the users are not deleted. Again, here we have update user, set deleted false. Yeah, you know what? Let me think. For existing ones, like it's nullable. We need to set it to false, but a lot of times nullable. It's that third state for Boolean variables. That's not good. It's always need, from a business point of view, from a business logic point of view, it's always nice to have the binary system to be binary, just true and false, not have that tertiary or ternary statement, the third state. So I do prefer setting it to false. And then we're going to set not nullable. Okay, I'm going to keep it like that. I'm actually happy with that, sure. All right. And then for the deleted one, this one is a date and time. Yeah, it says date and time. So here, I'm just going to say update existing to null, and then we're going to do make deleted nullable to false, and this is gone. Okay. All right. All right, so that should do it. So this is an abstraction, this schema manager from the database, underlying database implementation. So it should work with SQLite, Postgres, any other relation database, MySQL, Oracle, whatever. Right? There's lots of support for different databases with SQLite and Alembic here. All right, so that's good. I don't like some of these linter issues here, like the ops bind, but I'm just going to ignore this because I know this exists. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to ignore this. All right, let's push this. It's fine that the schema manager is not complaining when it comes to SQLite, right? Let me look at the SQLite database here. Does it have deleted, created? It has is deleted already. How? There's no validation in SQLite. There's no database integrity checks when it comes to these things. Or did I already add it somewhere? Let me look for is deleted if there I have a script about this already. No, I don't. Well, that's a bit strange. You know what? Let me just test it before see if there's any issues here. So let's delete the SQLite database and let it create again. So where's the database? All right, let's delete this. Just want to make sure that nothing weird happens for SQLite when it runs the upgrade part of this Python script, this module. All right, let's have a look at this database now. So for users, what do we have? Right. I suspect this is just added with the first user creation because the default user is created. Yeah. Last login. Well, and delete this right here. Okay. So it just created these columns here because the user was added. Okay. So I'm not big fan of databases just being as forgiving as JavaScript when you just add properties, being dynamic as dynamic programming languages, except when I do use something like Mongo or Elasticsearch, like a document database, and then I can have variability in the fields in a document. It's fine. Now, for relational databases, the reason I use them is because of being the transaction, they have consistency, right? So I expect good consistency from these databases, and SQLite, in this case, is no good because it didn't have the columns, but because it was part of the insert statement, it added the columns, right? So I'm not a big fan of that. Okay, whatever. Just personal preference. All right, let's build this again. All right. There we go. It's nice to have that CI/CD pipeline done, so you can just let it do its business, not worry about the builds. It takes 4 minutes for the build, so I'm not expecting to do any more builds or not to do continuous deployment here or continuous delivery, meaning that there should be infrequent builds. We should grab the changes from the LangFlow GitHub repo, sync it once in a while, and then just get the bug fixes and just do it manually. It's more of a manual process. If you are working on an application, your own application or your company, it's nice to have a CI/CD system. Just goes directly to your dev cluster or your whatever QA testing or UAT cluster. So yeah, you should do a full CI/CD pipeline. In this case, I like to have those choke points where I look at the code, I look what's in GitHub, I merge it, I build it, I have a look at it, I ponder some more, and then I apply it to the cluster, right? So I don't want that flexibility or to be automatically applied any change I make into our deployment, because we don't control it, right? It's an external kind of application developed through open source, and I just want to validate it before something happens, right? So before I move it into production, there's bug fixes I have to fix, which haven't security issues, which I just reminded myself. So if you look at the scans, let me look at the scans here. Where's the scans? Security scans. So I'm supposed to go and fix the backend security issues, right? Here, right? Fix the critical one. That's the one I'm supposed to fix. So if there's another bug, we'll go take the time to fix this critical issue, which is what this was I think this is the zip, right? Because Linux zip is notorious for being bad. Yeah, okay. So we'll fix this issue in Debian, because we're using Debian. So we're using Bookworm, right? So it's fixed. So it's not fixed in this one here. So this one that's the one that's broken. Okay. So we don't need this library. So a lot of times what I do to fix this is just remove it from the container, right? It doesn't need to be there. Like I'm not zipping anything there. The application's just running, right? Just the Python code's running, Python binary. So there's no need for this. Anyways, so that's something we have to fix soon. Look at this. It grew from 4. Okay, what happened here? We added more bugs with our change of different digest tag. Let me see. All right. So we'll fix the Ninja here, Python Ninja, and we'll fix this one. So we'll fix both the medium, all three. We'll fix the critical, high, and medium. The low ones, we just don't care about. They're just not relevant. There's nothing well, let me look at this one here. Let's look at the Debian section here. What is this? Is this a server authentication issue with SSL? Okay. This is a non-issue for us. We're managing our own kind of certificate authority with Vault PKI, and we use that for verification. So we don't use the public keys, right, for that one. And for the ingress, Kubernetes ingress, we use Let's Encrypt. So it's less of an issue for us right now, but just in case, we'll probably fix this. This just means updating to the latest version of OpenSSL, which is always nice to have the latest version, right? Because there's bugs in OpenSSL as well. All right, so that's something we'll do next time. We have to attach the code base. Yeah, I would definitely add more caching here to this CI system here, building the containers, because I can see there's so many inefficiencies here. It's very inefficient process right now, but it's just 5 minutes, so it's not that bad, right? We can always split it up into their own builds. So it builds front end in a separate build process and back end separate CI pipeline process, right? All right, let's force Atlantis to do its business again. So since we have the pull policy set to always, once we apply this, it should grab the latest one. So we can do plan. All right, let's apply the changes. All right, let's see if we have better luck this time. All right, so the Helm install kicked off. It's refreshing the containers, the images, creating new containers. See, that's one thing I don't like using latest, because I can't see here which version this is, right? So that's a problem. So next time when we update the CI/CD system, we'll just use the digest or the hashtag, so we know, so we can correlate this with a commit, right? It's much easier to do it that way, so that you can see, visually, yeah, see visually what image is being applied. All right, so this one looks like it grabbed the latest one as well. We can look at the event logs to see if it pulled see, it's pulling the latest image. So because of the pull policy that we have on this deployment. I'm just looking at these volumes here, and I realized I didn't actually add them to the Docker container either. So I did it for the front end, but not for the back end. So I think I'm going to go back and update the volumes in the Docker file as well, because we have very specific needs here as well. Now, I don't know why we need a temp volume here. We need the data volume for the, to apply the database changes and the flows as well. I guess the DB is for the SQLite, which we're not using. So I'm gonna go inspect and see what the hell is in these folders and temp, just to double check, because I did not explicitly create volumes in my container, my Docker file. All right, so this is, let's see what other problems we have here. It's kicking up the database migration again. So it's complaining about the mismatch between them. Okay, so let's have a look at the mismatch. So you know what? I'll go with the first error that I see, which is let's look at not this. Let's look at the logs. Oh, let's have a look at. All right, let's see what's happening here. Okay, so it's a deleted app. That's the problem. What is the problem? There's a mismatch. What's the mismatch? What's the mismatch? Scale element column default false. What? What is this mismatch again? Oh crap. What just happened? Let's look at this bug. What is this? So we have. You know what? I should probably look at the Postgres. Let's look at the Postgres database. So we created this script just for this reason. So when we started, so I said we're going to use the script. I'll need a script for debugging Postgres. So let's have a peek at Postgres. So I have a little script that we wrote here a while ago, last week, which is a script to port forward and deal with issues related to security. I don't have the password. I might have to generate the password as well. So where's my script? What the hell I put the script? I put it in tests, right? Here. Connect to PG admin. Okay, let's do this. So this is debugging time right now. So this little script here, it just does multiple kubectl commands and deals with connection and creating password, all that stuff, and kicking off PG admin as well. So PG admin is a tool to connect to database and manage database. So in here, we're just going to do, what's it called? Connect. Now this password here, I got it from Vault. So Vault is the password manager. Let me see if it actually works this time, because we have a rotation period on the passwords, and for dev, I make it a little bit longer. For prod, it's like a few minutes, right, for the password to expire. In the meantime, we don't have we didn't connect to Google, so Google Cloud. All right, so we're connected to our cloud right now with the terminal. We authenticate ourselves. The next step is we use a Bastion host. So we're going to start the proxy here. We just don't want to allow people direct access, kubectl access to the cluster. So you have to go through a Bastion host, and we check your permissions. Now, the next step is let's go and run this command. So when you run a Bastion host, you want to export the proxy, HTTPS proxy variable. So then kubectl knows which variable, where is the proxy, which port is it running on locally. And then now let's just run this. I'm expecting the password to fail because, anyway, so it's extracting the certificates because we're using TLS with a database, right? So I'd rather have a script here than doing this manually, grabbing the scripts for Postgres and managing them. So this is all kind of done in an ephemeral way. So we extract the scripts from Kubernetes secret. We then, push them into a Docker container, and I'm deploying the PG admin as a Docker container as well. And then I'm just starting it here. So anyway, so it's all, I'll share the script later. It's just one of those utility scripts that I like to create for myself, so I don't have to run multiple kubectl commands and kind of remember each time what commands I have to run in order. There we go. So it started here. And let's see if this password works. All right. So I'm going to kill this, and then let's just get new password. Leave this page. Leave this page as well. MCP is going to be for later. Once we deploy LangFlow, we can get into MCP. So here, I can just kill this, and it just cleans up port forwarding, all that stuff. Good stuff for me. Now, what I want to do here is I'm going to port forward to Vault, and because Vault is deployed in a very special way, we don't expose the Vault GUI to anybody, right? Now, we expose in a very special way on internal load balancer, so you have to kind of know how to get to the load balancer. And let me just do kube CTL. I'm going to port forward to Vault. And then I'm going to open it up in Chrome specifically because it's using special certificates, self-signed certificates. I'm just bringing here. See, it uses self-signed certificates, which we added to our, which I added to my Mac. And now we have to get the token again. So this is a very privileged process here. Let me move this to the side so we can see this. So this is a root token for Vault. Nobody has this except for myself in this case, and company. So I have the root access because so this is the master password, right? So somebody has to have the master password. Nobody else has this master password, not even Terraform. Terraform gets regular access to Vault like anybody else, except for special me, which has special access. So if something happens, there's only one person to kind of get in there. And if I can't get in there, then it's pretty much lost, right? So yeah, if I get hit by the bus, there's a way of getting in there. So we're using, so the backup is the secret manager in Kubernetes. So this is like the same as AWS secret manager or Vault, or Azure one, which actually manages the secret for me. So you would just have to log in with my credentials into the secret manager, and the secret manager has this access, right? So we take security seriously here. And let's see, let me just log in here. Now, in this case, database connections, roles, we're going to go into roles. And we want to get the LangFlow role, the dynamic one, not the static one. So it's this one here. Yeah. So here we can say generate credentials. And I can see these credentials are for dev people. So they last for 4 days. They have a time to live here. So they basically are just deleted, right, automatically for you. So, I can just click this now and show you these credentials here, right? So you can see the username is automatically generated, and so is the password, and it has the least duration, right? So these are dynamic passwords for your database. So you no longer just give somebody a password and lives forever. Now we only reduce the vector of attack. So you only give a password that lasts a specific amount of time. It's dynamic and it just expires, right? Anyways, so, and it's both the username and password are both dynamic. Anyways, let me put this on this side here. So now let me kill this port forwarding. And then run the script again. So here, we have brand new user that's generated. That's going to die in 4 days, which is plenty for dev. Again, for production support, we always give like a few minutes. So half an hour is like maximum, right? So if you get access to the database, it's just half an hour. If you are a machine or a container or a pod, more specifically in Kubernetes, you only get like a few seconds access, right? Or a few minutes, that's it. Just to establish connection and you're good to go. Now, here's the problem. Look at this password here. It has unfriendly terminal character, which is whatchamacallit, star. So I'm expecting this to fail. Can I wrap this in quotes? Hold on. I wrote the script, but I don't remember. So part of the password policy, we allow special characters involved. And star is a special character that we allow. I try to make this ephemeral as much as possible. So every time you connect and you port forward to the cluster, it starts a new container or pgadmin. So pgadmin can be deployed as an application or as a container. It's better to do it as a container because you can make it ephemeral as well, right? There we go. So I just logged in here. All right, so let's look at the databases here. So we have LangFlow and Postgres. So LangFlow is the database we care about, not the default Postgres one. Whatever schema, where am I looking at schemas? Public, tables, and I want to look at the user table here. And let's see what's happening in the user table. So see if it got executed. So I can see that it added the email and the Keycloak user. It did not add the is deleted and is deleted add. So it hasn't been updated. So it did update those two. So now, okay, so I have some verification here. Let me see if there's any users here. Just browse this. Was it viewed edit data here, right? All rows. Right, so we have a couple users there already that we're testing the system here. So we have the LangFlow one, which has to be deleted. Again, it's just for testing purposes. So, and then we have Kubert, which is your admin user, and there's another individual here testing it, playing around with it, QAing it. And none of them are Keycloak equals to false, right? So, you know what? I'm gonna actually delete these two because, yeah, let's do this because I don't want them to exist actually. So what we're gonna do is, let me think what I'm gonna do here. You know what? I'll delete them after we have it running with single sign-on, okay? After I create a user, then I can be confident to deleting them, okay? Not now. All right. So going back to our error message, where's the error message? Move this to the side. Where is my window? Where is my? I go here. All right. All right. All right. So it's specifically about the deleted columns that I just added. So let me see, what's the problem here? There's a mismatch between the models and the database. The models, what's the raw? Okay, I like the parsed version. The models and database. So one is Boolean, the other one is date and time. Okay, so let's look at the code, see if there's a difference here. All right, so this on the screen, and I need to have the model on the screen as well. So the model. All right. So when you update the user, we have those two. Okay. And when we define the model, we have it here, and it's set to be, so it is a bool, default false. And this is date and time, okay. And when I add it here, what's the mismatch? I'm not getting the mismatch here. What? Hold on, this doesn't make sense. Is it because this got executed? Let me see. Where's my database window for pgadmin? Let me just put this one here. All right. So we can inspect this Alembic version here. Alembic. All right, so this is the one that got applied. So that's the version. So I think we have a version issue because it crashed at the wrong passcode. Come on, just this is annoying. Okay, let me just grab this. Just confirm if this is the version. Right. So it's this revision at the oh boy. Okay. Okay. So since I messed up the upgrade, I forgot to add the delete it. It executed this already, and now it's not executing a second time because it's already finished. And the first thing that happens is when you check for users there, the user model here has those properties, right? So it's going to crash right away. Okay, so I need to roll this back a little bit. Can I do a downgrade? I will have to call Alembic binary within the container. Same as liquid based in Java, but that's a bit painful. So what I can do is I can update this to be the previous version, the down revision. Yeah, let me do that, and then the process should kick off again. This is kind of bastardizing it in a way. So what I want to do here is replace this with this. I need to do, is it auto commit? Let me run this again. I'm not sure if it's auto commit, although I have to. No, I don't just got to change. Where's the commit button? Holy crap, I haven't used this in a while. Oh, is it auto commit set by default? Obviously not. Where is the commit? Was it here? Save changes. Okay, here. All right, so that's that little icon there. Sometimes icons are not the best way to communicate. Okay, cool. All right, so it's the previous revision. Now, if I go back to my container here, Docker logs, what I expect to see is this thing restarting. Oh, let me run this in the Log Explorer so I can see this a little bit better. Just going to limit this to container name backend because we also have the service mesh running. So let's ignore the service mesh. All right, so it's running DB migration script again. So let's see if this actually works this time. So it should detect that it has the old version and apply the new version. As in a crash loop. When it gets stuck in a crash loop, you want to just kill it, and yeah, so it's going to wait for 5 minutes. You know, we don't have time to wait, so I'm just going to not edit but delete this. So let's delete this and let's start again. All right. All right, starting again. So first thing you should do is should run the database migration. Yeah, so it's running database migration, and then we should know right away if it's failing or not. Oh, what happened? Right. So it broke the constraint here, right? So when you try to delete it at set to null, did I have deleted at or is delete? Hold on, did I mess this up by allowing this thing to kind of do my code completion for me? All right, so it's failing here when it's trying to do deleted at set to null. Nullable equals true, so it should be set to null, and then nullable set to false. So hold on, let's see. So it did execute the update again, but now there's a separate issue here. Okay, so it's failing with the not null violation here. So we obviously messed up at this point here. Right. So it's trying to do the alter table user and says deleted set to null. And if I move this to the side, let me see. It is nullable, so I don't know why it's complaining if it's sending it to null. And you know what? Let's have a peek at PG admin here. Let's see if it's been applied or not. All right, so it's good. So it's not applying. So I want it to fail. I don't want this to be applied. Now let me refresh this here. Refresh. Let's see if that's been changed. No. Okay. Let me look at the metadata here for these columns. PSQL. I want to use what I want to do here. I want to look at the columns here. Scripts, create, insert. Properties. Okay. Okay, so we're taking the same approach as created at and updated at. So they're not null. Okay, so we can just mimic these two if there's any issue. What about any constraints in here? All right. Okay, so right now it's complaining about the not null. Where is it? Any other error? So is it on both? No, it's just at the deleted ad. So that's the only thing that's complaining out. And here, and we is what deleted. Yeah, so is deleted. It does not exist. Sure. Right. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can fix this. Just go all the way to the top. Just go to the top, dude. Seriously, top. All right. Okay. Well, this Angular app, logger app is definitely buggy. All right. So we do have two issues here with the deleted. So is deleted and the delete. Okay. Let's just see which one. Oh my God. This is just annoying. I am to this. And it still has to. Okay, so there's definitely something happening with the containers here because we don't have the user thing anymore, right? Yeah. So that is good. That is good. So we did quote the user whenever we use it. So that is no longer an issue as far as I can tell. Okay. Programming. Okay. Looks like all three of them are messed up. But at least this one has a quoted user and this one doesn't have quoted user. So the consistency here, this one here, that is just a bit strange. So this one is failing because of the user not being quoted because it's a reserved word. This one is failing because of the constraint. And this one is this different? This is deleted at. This is deleted at. Okay. So we have it's Keycloak user, and then we have deleted at. Both of them are failing. So we have okay. It's just a bit frustrating. Okay, so let me look at the time code because this. Let me see if this is the old one here. So this happened when? What time? What is the time code on this thing, boy? So this happened here. Where the hell's the time? Am I blind? Here, okay. Just see now. Really? I don't see that one popping up, so that might be just a remnant from the old log. I think it's just deleted at that's messed up. Yeah. So that's an older log. The time code, I don't know why it wasn't there, but I can see that it's just refreshing. Yeah, so it's just a deleted ad. Okay. All right. Okay, let's do this. So for whatever reason, which I'm going to find in a second, we have the deleted does not exist because it fails here. It doesn't exist because it just failed here and here. So we have two things. Is this the same error? This is a null violation, not null. It's just the same thing. Okay, I just want to make sure that we have this. Okay, so we just have one error already, right? So this is the actual error. All right, let's have a look at the code, see where we messed up. Oh, I messed up more precisely. All right. So it should be here. You know, I should put the output statements here and better logs and do freaking unit tests. There's lots of things I should do here. It's like one of the, you know, it's a sunken cost fallacy, right? Type of thing. Or when you reverse of that, right? You don't want to sink too much time into this. So it's reverse of sunken cost fallacy, right? But then if you don't invest the time, you don't have the feedback, and then you just waste more time, right? Okay, let me see. So if I'm looking at the error, it looks to me it's maybe, so yeah, so it is this statement here that's crashing, right? Looking at the error message. So it is doing this, but it's failing with this. It's transactional. So, and then it's, hold on, it's trying, where's the error again? Hold on, did I mess this up? It's the alert, or is it, let me put this to the side. It's the alter table delete set not null. So setting it to not null is here. Set not null. Okay. No, wait. Here, no. So all right. So this one's failing. So we're setting it to not null. Nullable equals false. Okay. So the last statement is failing. This thing isn't done in transactions. So if one fails, they all fail. So this is failing. Why is this failing? Oh, okay. Because there's nothing in there. Hold on. I don't want to change. Okay, so I think I went too far with the VS Code completion here because I don't want to set this to anything. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. So let's just go next with the code. Okay. So this is no good. So we don't want to have anything in here. So if I set this to nullable equals false, I have to put a value in there, right? So I have to put like a temporary date. So I just went. Oh man. Someone needs to get some freaking coffee into this brain. Okay. So when I was doing, doing code completion next, I just let it happen, and that was the bad choice. All right. Since we're out here, let's fix the Docker container issue, Docker image issue. Let's remove. Where's the security thingy? So for the security part, I want to fix the security, at least the critical one. Where's the critical issue? All right, so let's look at the. Let's look at the vulnerabilities. So we have the vulnerability scanner running for every Docker push to our repo, to our private repo. And let's see, let's fix zip. Okay, it's this one here. Okay. Anything else? I said I would fix this one here, cryptography one, but why is this not fixable? I'm just going to remove this lib, so it's going to be fixable. So, I'll just fix this one here. All right, I'm just going to go to Debian and find this lib and see if I can deal with it. Coco, shh. Coco. In our case, we care about this one. Let's have a look at the Debian packages. What am I doing? I grabbed the wrong one. So the Debian packages. Sorry. Bloody hell. Here. I want the Debian packages. This one. Z. So it's zlib. And we're in Bookworm right now. So Bookworm, that's our. Okay. So we have an option to update this, or we have an option to remove this. So do we really need this? We don't, right? We don't need the zip in our. And this is version 1.1211. And we have 1.249. You know what? Let me bump up the version. I'll just remove it. Yeah, I'm just going to remove it. There's no need for us to do Coco. Hey, to have a zlib in our container. Hey, be quiet. All right. I'm just going to remove it. Yeah, let me remove it. All right. All right, so I'm pushing this change here at the same time, then pushing the backend change. So we just need to remove it here in our final stage in multi-stage build. So let me do it right here. Let me do a purge command, right? So let's do a purge right here. What's the command? Apt-get remove. Remove. Yeah, why purge? Is it purge? And what was it? Zlib 1. Sure. Is it dev? I don't even know if it's a dev. Just without the dev, I guess. There was no dev in that one. Was it? It wasn't dev, right? What's it say? It said, oh, just zlib package. Okay. All right. So zlib. It's something you have to do part of DevOps. Is it zlib? What is the 1G coming from? Hold on. What's 1G? It's zlib. Oh, it is 1G. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's the official, that's the package name. Zlib 1 Okay, whatever. Let me try this one here. Can always change the name. Okay, and the other thing is mini zip, right? So mini zip is not here, but it was part of here. Let me just remove mini zip as well, because even though it says it was fixed, we don't really care for mini zip either when it comes to running the Python application. So was it mini zip? All right, perfect. Not one. I don't think that was one. All right, so there we go. So let me add a comment here. Remove unnecessary packages. Remove. Let me put the CV issue. And you see this a lot over our Docker containers, Docker images, Docker files. Holy shit, the brain's not braining. Where we removed things because of security concerns, right? You gotta be mindful of some of these things. Anyway, so that's. Let me build this locally here. So just double check if it's running. So in this case, I'm gonna do build, make build backend, not ARM. I'm gonna do the multi-architecture one. If I just knew what the hell I called it, the target, make here, this one. Oh no, you know what? I'll just do backend right now. I don't care about the front end. All right. Right, it's a good thing I tested it. So what did I mess up here? Right, the comments don't make sense here. All right, so can I put the comments here? I should be able, right? This is a valid syntax. You can interpolate. Is that the word? Interpolate comments and install comments, right? The same thing. What's your problem? It's not the comments, is it? For fuck's sakes, man. How do you add comments? I'm just wrong. God damn it. I forget how to put comments there. No, it's not the comments. Okay, let's see. It'd be nice to get it. Oh, unexpected syntax. Ah, boy. Here. All right, so it's not my stupid comments. It's just my extra stupid thingies here. Okay. Yeah, sometimes the brain is just not braining. All right, let's see. Which package? So it's good if the package doesn't exist. Is the mini zip? Which one is it? Oh, come on. Why is it with the stupid errors always here, man? With Linux, man. Can it just ship up and give me a nice error message? Unable to locate packet. Oh, is it purge? Did I mess up purge? It's not / purge. God damn it. I gotta pause and get some goddamn coffee into the system. All right. Nice. So let's see. So I wanted to see something like this to see what other dependencies we have. Okay. All right. So mini zip is not installed, so I can remove it. So that's good. Now for this one here, it's complaining about unmet dependencies. So what is this? do I care? Let me force this removal. Do I care? I don't care about these either, these packages here. They're not relevant to our running our container. So what's the comments here? All right. Right. So looking at the error message here, it's a critical dependency for this. So I'll have to remove a lot more. Now, I can probably remove this because, again, we don't want people installing things within your container, right? So last thing you want people to be executing to your Kubernetes container and then executing commands, right? Installing packages. So also we changed the security context, so you can't really do that, right? Now, this is a bit of a rabbit hole usually with these dependencies because there could be other dependencies. So I think the better option would be just to bump up the version. So then we don't have to deal with these. Okay, let's do this. Let's bump up the version. So I'll put it part of this install, no install recommends. Well, I added no install recommends. I don't remember now. All right. So for this one, instead of here, I'll just do this. I'll put it here, and I'm going to pin specific version to this. So where's the version? Where I had the version? I could just grab the version from here. So the version is 114. Okay. And the one we have in here is 11213. Oh boy, is that the one that's broken? Yeah, it is. That's the one that's broken. That's the one that's the vulnerability. Is this the latest one? That is the one that's busted, isn't it? That's the vulnerability. Okay, I'm sure of it. Yeah. I don't see a newer version here for this, for Bookworm, for this specific version. We can go with Bullseye. What about Bullseye? Bullseye has a newer version. Sorry, older version, right? So if you go with Trixie, this is the newer one. This is the latest one. So you know what? I'm going to bump this up to Trixie, this whole container. What was said? All right. Let's do this. So instead of playing around with this here, I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay. Get rid of this as well. All right. And what we're going to do here is not change this, but we're going to change our cloud build digest version. We're going to bump up the version in our cloud build file. What's my cloud build? Cloud build. You're hiding here, right? And that's why we have these variables here for Python image, so we can get the release. So I'm just going to go the go to Docker Hub and look at the Python versions here, and then we're going to get the latest one. All right. So we got, which is I put the tag in here at the top. So we got this one, 3.12.9 Slim Bookworm. Okay, so that's the one we got. Now I'm going to bump this up to the latest version of Debian. All right. If they have one. I'm assuming they have one. Yeah, Bookworm is the latest version. Oh boy. Yeah, so Trixie is, yeah, it's not there yet. Can I just bump up the version of the freaking library here to the Trixie? I know this is not out yet, quote quotes officially, but the lib is. Let me see if there's any other options here. And where's the version here? Here. So it's in Bookworm and Bullseye. Okay. So it's the same one. No, this is 1.2.13. The other one's 2.3.11. Right, so Trixie is in testing. So it's not out yet. SID is unstable. So Bookworm is the one we need. That's a stable one. However, Bookworm is the one that has this broken version with the vulnerability. Oh boy. We can go with Ubuntu, I suppose. Slim, still with Debian. Let me see if they have one here. Let's see what options they have. So Alpine is always an option. It's nice and small. There's nothing wrong with using Alpine for your Python runtime. So I can go back to Bullseye, to the previous version. So downgrade to this Debian version, or I can go with Alpine latest version. Now Alpine is going to be much smaller, so I think I'm going to go with Alpine. I always prefer Alpine as my starting point anyways, versus some of the other ones. Just going to have to change some of the install commands there. Yeah, it seems like Alpine is the best option right now that we have for the 3.12.9. All right, let's do this. Let's go with Alpine. This should actually increase the speed. Anyway, so let's go with this one here. So this is the one. Not this one. So I'm going to grab this one here. Yep. Let me go into tags so I can grab the tag and grab the digest as well. All right. So we're going to do some, we're going to re-engineer this a little bit here. So we're going to go with Alpine instead of Debian. I want to change this builder image as well. Now, the builder image, let me see. I don't like to mix different type of distros in the same multi-stage Docker build. However, in this case, that might be less of an issue because we're just copying the libs here, right? So the binaries are still installed here. Okay. I'll have a peek at these guys here, see if they have an Alpine version as well, just to maybe match it. So then, it's nice to match those those builds. And is that Alpine? Yeah, there's Alpine. Okay, so we can do Alpine here as well. Let me move to the side. All right, so this is going to be Alpine. Now, once I have the tag, I'm going to grab the digest as well. And that's going to go into the cloud build. So we want to build with digest here. We're not building with Docker tags. All right, and for this image here, I'm going to go back to the build process and replace it as well with Alpine. So this one was what, 312 Bookworm Slim. So 312. Let me just find it. All right. And we also have the same thing for Alpine. Let me put the version in here. So is it the latest version? So I have the same. It's because a bit annoying with their versioning in GitHub. So Docker Hub is a little bit better in terms of versioning. The versions here are a little bit more annoying. All right, so this one I'm going to do 0. All right. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. Not 310. I want the 312. So 312. All right, so this is going to be the tag. And for the digest, I'm going to grab the digest quickly. And the cloud build here. All right. All right, first we got to change this apt-get into Alpine version. So let's do that. All right, let's have a peek here. What's happening here? So again, so apt-get, that's for Debian. So this should be just apt. Sorry, not apt, APK. So it's going to be APK update. Then we're going to do upgrade as well. So APK upgrade. I don't think there's a white there. Just upgrade. For install, we're going to do add. So APK add no cache, right? Yeah, that's what I need. Finish it. APK add no cache. Okay. I'm going to change the version, check the versions in a second, and then that's it, right? Yeah. Since we're doing no cache, I need to do this. Okay. All right. And do we need to clean this up or no? I don't think we need to clean this up. We need the GCC, but we also need, just looking at the UV, okay, so we need Muso, so okay, I'm gonna remove the versions, because we have to grab the new versions. Yeah, all that goes away. And for build essentials, we need the build base, right? Build base for this one, build base. And because we're gonna have C++ or C issues, then we need to add the Musel dev, right? So that's okay. So that's it. So that's good. We'll check the versions in a second. And where else? For that's all stays the same. They have the same UV sync in both. Let me just update the bottom one here. So in here, again, teeny. Let's do a APK update, APK upgrade, no Y, and then we're going to do no cache, add no cache. We don't want to cache this. And we're going to do teeny, no version here. We'll find the version, and then we're going to do combine this into one. I don't know what the versions here are, so we're going to do it like this. I'm still including the Postgres client, just in case we need those libraries. I think usually you don't have to. You don't need to include them. What else? I think Postgres, I think the libs are incorrect, so we're going to have to check this in a second. And then we don't need to clean the add group. I think it's the same. I have to check the man pages for the command. The add group G, yeah, it's just to be G here. User add. Oh man, Alpine is so much different than Debian when it comes to these commands. Ubuntu. This is more like an Ubuntu version. We have add group. So yeah, we have add user, right? Like this, right? Add user. Yeah, that's a good finish. That's a good code completion there. So yeah, we want to have a D and a U and a G. The capital G because we can get the name, and then we need to also create the home directory, right? Sorry, home directory should be like something like H appdev. And this is what I want to add for the volume as well. So appdev should be a volume. Okay, so that goes away. So that's exactly like that. Okay. Cool. And then there's the appdev. Okay. So that's fine. So we're good. So I just want to add a volume for here, somewhere here. Just add a volume for app dev, app data. What am I saying? App data. Okay. Since I know I'm going to be putting data in there, so that is, I want to explicitly say that's a volume. We have cut up other volumes there. Temp. I'm not sure what the temp is used for, but because I'm not using temp here, but I have it in the Kubernetes cluster. What's the temp use here? I don't need a temp here, right? All right. I'll think about the temp again later. Now, what else do we need? So that's it. That is all for the container. I just need to get the versions because this will be sbin, right? So because it's sbin. Okay. All right, let's get all the versions because we like to pin versions to everything that we do. What is this? Unknown word. Okay, let me add this to quick fix to my workspace. So I like to keep the spelling in my workspace settings here, so I know if I make a mistake, it's good to go. Okay, and for Tini the same way. So if I misspell it, at least I have version of it and will tell me I'm misspelling. Okay, the rest is fine. All right. So starting with at the top, build base. So let's just grab the Alpine packages. Where's my? What the hell? I put my window. All right, start with the first one. All right, let's put this to the side. So this is the version. Build base. Let me just double check if it's the same Alpine version. So Alpine version is, well, we don't have an Alpine version here. Okay, so I'm just going to assume which one. Well, let's have a look at their Git here, see which Alpine they're using. So for Alpine, where's the Docker file here? How do you get to the Docker file from here? Anybody know? Okay, this is the Ubuntu version. Where is the Alpine version? This is a really annoying layout for your packages here. Where are the freaking Docker files here? All the Docker files. What? Where are the Docker files? What the? How is this a Docker build directory? There's no freaking Docker files here. I'm just gonna assume some of these versions then. No, seriously, where are the Docker the Docker files? Where are they? Okay, I guess I can just judge based on the release builds. No, not even under assets. There's no Docker files here. Where the hell did they put these Docker files, man? It'd be so nice if I can just click on the freaking Docker file here or the version here and just get the Docker file. I guess it's too much to ask for. Okay, so, my expectation is I click on the version here, boom, and I get a freaking Docker file. That's what I want, right? So I can look. Is that too much to ask to just look at get a Docker file from here? All right, I'm just annoyed about these. All right, let me ignore this. Okay, let me get the packages here. Package versions. R3 actually, the one we have here. It's going to always check multiple architectures, not just one. All right. So for ARM, the same. So now next one is let's update the certificates. If we just see if we didn't see if we can get the latest one. So the certificates are actually we don't need the certificates in this case. Okay, GCC. There we go. And our little package here to help with the C. This one is this one. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to build this in a second locally, just see if we got the right versions. Next thing is here, Teeny. Oh, it's the same version as I guess it's got to deploy across different Linux distros with the same version now. For Postgres, I don't think that's the right one. I think just Postgres dev, I think. Oh, it is the same one. I stand corrected. I thought it was different. It was like Postgres-dev or something. All right, and Postgres client. There's no Postgres client. So I was wrong 2 times about this. All right, nice. There's no, okay. All right, so that's actually makes things easier. Okay, cool. All right, let's build this locally and deploy it and see if we messed up. All right, which one is messed up? This one is what? Unable to select packages. GCC satisfies, but breaks all the different versions here. Hold on. And the build base is giving you that one. So which one is it? We want to. Hold on. So this satisfies this one. This satisfies this one. So which one's the messed up one? Which one's the messed up one? The okay. So this one breaks world, and this one breaks world. Okay. Because so we have an R5 in there. R5. Why is this? Okay, let me just double check this. GCC again. Oh no, so this should be R4 and this one wants R5. Okay, let me see if there's R4 there as well. So for the latest version is R5. Let me just scale back the previous version. That's an old version. Oh, it's R4. Okay, so let's make this R4. Okay, let's see if there's any other issues. Right, so now we have an issue here. So this one's R10 and we want R9. Okay. Let's pick up this phone. Business calls, right? Business calls. Okay, so Greenlit, which is a Python lib, is having a problem with C libraries here. So C Python is crashing. Now this is where Alpine usually gets a bad rap because of these dependencies on C. So let's fix this. So this is what it's running. What else? Let me see. All right, let me look at Greenlit. Let's open up PyPy and have a look at issues. All right, so there's a version of Greenlit that was deployed. Which version is this? So let's just have a peek at Project Toml here. So this is it's not Greenlit. Sorry, it's building Chow. Sorry, Chow, not Greenlit. So Greenlit's down to Chow. Let's see if that one has any issues. That's why a lot of people just choose, you know, Ubuntu, because Alpine has few issues when it comes to some of these things here. Let me see, what is the actual issue here? What's the error? Right, it's GCC issue, okay. And it's AFI, okay. So let's see if we can bump up the GCC or fix the GCC issue here. I don't see it on their website, which version of, let's just go to PyPy again, Py. It looks to me like they're fixed their issues here based on their GitHub issues. So there should be no issues. So just wondering if there's another issue here. So obviously it's a C issue, GCC, because it's trying to include the headers, C headers here, and it's failing. So yeah, it's missing these C headers here. I'm just going to double check in the repo if the file exists. Yes, we're debugging Linux now, Linux packages, because that's how we roll. So thread IOC, it's there. So it's on line 2. What is the issue here? Line 2, that's a standard lib. So sorry, line 2, or is that line 10? Or is it, sorry, line 163? 163. Right, so the result is missing, and the result is coming from where? So it's a structure. Looks like somebody made a boo-boo here in their C code. Obviously, we're not going to change the C code. I'm just going to see if there's a version here that we can reuse. So Python is just a wrapper for C a lot of times, right? If you didn't know that. A lot of stuff is done in C and then just exposed to Python. But I don't see necessarily a problem in the worker class here. On the worker, that's not really a class, it's a structure. Oh, okay, I think this is a problem with ARM only. If I can look at this quickly, because am I running this for both? Let's run this for, where's the make file? I don't want to run this for ARM. If this is just an ARM issue, then I guess, what do we do here? You know what, let's just run it for ARM, okay? Here. Yeah. Yeah, this is where the problem lies with Alpine. The C libs are not the best here. I'm just gonna change this to quickly, since I don't have a target for this. I'm going to do what? Here, I'll just grab the AMD 64 here and just change the arm quickly here. It's a backend arm here. So I'm just run this again. All right, that's good to know. So it's not just ARM; it's actually both versions here. Okay, looks like Chow Chow here was not properly tested on Linuxes or different Linuxes. So looking at the C code here, it's not good. And I guess that's why people use Debian, because it's less of an issue here. Okay, it has the header files. So let me see if I can add the header files myself here quickly with lib. Which one is it? This one. Yeah, so it's the io abi.h file. Let me see if it's actually part of this project, because we're going to do some freaking C right now, because that's what we do. io abi, okay. Yeah, so they're relying on a package to be installed. So all right, let me throw Linux headers here right at the top. And first, before I do Linux headers, let me see if there's a version. Where's my version? Alpine version thingy. So when I go to Alpine versions, packages, all right, let's add Linux headers because we're missing them. So here, let me just add it to the Linux headers version 6. Nope, 6R1, 6. All right, let's see if this resolves the issue. So this should be standard headers. What's your problem? Oh, often, okay, fine. The packages have to be in alphabetical order. Okay, job. Let's run this again. Multi-architecture. All right, that's looking better. What happened here? Where's the error? Illegal character on add user. Did I mess up the add user? Where's the add user? So this is what? Which character is illegal? Position 0. What? Let me look at add user Alpine. Damn it, Alpine. Why gotta be so different? You gotta be special with your add user. Add user is what? We have the D, disable password. Yeah. We have the U for UID. We have the G for group name. and we have dash. No, it's dash home. Oh, it's double dashes. Okay, so whatever. This is put dash home. Okay, that's why I messed up. And the dir, and then the name. Okay. Wait, that was on add user, right? Add user. Okay. At least the headers help us. I see Chow is building. It's taking a bit longer to build than it did on Debian. Let's just hope it's a smaller image. It should be. It should be a lot smaller. This is really taking a long time to build. Let's have a look at our Docker app. Docker, where's my Docker? Here. Let's have a peek at the builder. See if the builder is struggling here. Active builds. What happened to my builds, man? What happened with this Docker desktop update, the latest one? Just messed up everything. Where's the history of the build? Let me see. Are they even? Is the builders even here? Let me see the builders. I was just talking about bugs in open source software, and now I get the latest version of Docker Desktop, and it's broken. Great. Isn't that lovely? I can't select the builders. Ready to install and restart needed. So Docker AI. So they added AI and they have bugs in Docker AI. God damn it, man. You don't have to add AI to your Docker, man. There was no need for that. You can use MCP server and do it outside of the Docker desktop. You don't have to bake AI into everything, man. I could have just added AI myself, man. Now, why is this stuck in building pandas, man? What the hell? Now, I don't know if it's pandas or is it this new update to Docker desktop, because I don't see anything. There's no containers here. The images are showing up, but that's good. Volumes, build. Dude, man, what is the state of software these days, man? Is it all crap? Oh, man. Maybe we need AI to fix all this. I was happy with my Docker desktop. There was no need for the update. Let me hold back the changes, I guess, to pre-AI version. Is this really stuck in freaking build? Let me just kill this. Just kill this. Yeah, the whole Docker, dude. You know what, Docker? I'm just gonna kill this. Okay, so FYI, don't update Docker desktop on your Mac because it's busted. The latest version. Maybe not the latest version, but the version before that, because I just saw there was an update there. So let's see if we can maybe get the update and fix this, because not having a Docker engine locally, it's just annoying. There we go. Now it's back, right? This is the only build you have. Let me look at the updates here. Let me see if we can roll the latest updates here, because this is just busted. Software's up to date. Cool. I'm on my builders. Are my builders here? Yeah, my builder's still here. Cool. All right. Let's look at the builds. All right. I don't know what's wrong with Docker Desktop, man. Let's build this again. Now, I should see an active build right now on my Docker Desktop. Where is it? There you go. There's the active build right now. So at least it's working now. Let's look at the logs. Yeah, it is stuck here in the build. So the UV sync is taking forever. I have a funny feeling I'm just going to go back to Ubuntu, screw Debian, and maybe just live with a freaking zip vulnerability. Now, it doesn't look good when you do a scan for a client and it comes back with critical errors or critical exceptions or critical vulnerabilities, because there's a fear element there. So then, when you're doing software professionally, you get blowback from your client saying, why is this high critical vulnerability there, right? So you want to mitigate them as soon as possible during your dev process. Don't wait till it gets to production and we do a security scan and, oh, wow, look at the security scan failed, right? So that's why you got to go through this pain early in your DevOps build process to deal with this. But this is more painful than it should be. And I don't know why Alpine is taking so long with the UV sync, man. Why? Why is this broken? Because I can see that it's broken, but I see it's still doing the sync, man. God damn it. Alpine, why you suck for Python, man? Seriously, man. What's wrong with you, Alpine? It's building DuckDB. So DuckDB, whatever's taking so long, it's stuck on DuckDB, the vector database, right? Oh, whatever the database is, I forget now. I think it's a vector, the new vector database, right? Well, this is unacceptable. Oh man, the pain. I'm just going to look at the Python Docker Hub and see if they have non-Debian versions. If they have something like Alpine, but maybe Ubuntu. Let's see what they have in their official images. Well, they do have a Windows version, right? Maybe we should use Windows. If Linux sucks so badly, maybe it's time to move on to Windows, man. That's the irony of the day. So it looks like Bookworm is the one they're favoring for everything. Oh man, I don't want to go to Bookworm. All right, well, this is not working, obviously. So, you know what? Let me roll back the changes I just did to Alpine and deal with the zip lib issue separately or differently. And obviously, Python and Alpine, it's a bad pairing. All right, let's kill this. God damn it. Let's kill this, die, go to hell. Yeah, DevOps. All right. I'm going to go back to freaking Bookworm. All right, that was simple change. Bookworm here as well. So Debian, let's do some Debian. Give us some Debian loving. Debian for life. All right, and you go away. Okay, and you go away. Just opera here. Okay. Okay, and free cars away. Okay, so first thing I do want to add a volume here, so I don't forget that. Volume to app data. All right, so I'm able to manage this as a volume. Next thing here, let's see if we can bump up the zip. Was it lib one here? So not this version. I'm gonna see if I can grab the latest version and see if it complains. So it shouldn't, but you never know with these things. So if I go back to Debian and get this ziplibg version, okay, and I'm just gonna bump it up to the latest version, which is LegSo. All right, let's build this. Arrow, okay. Right. Why are you stuck now, man? Is this still... I should probably ask Gordon. What is Gordon? Gordon, can you tell me? Enable Gordon. Accept and enable. Let's see what Gordon has to say. Then, since we added a language model to our freaking Docker desktop, let's see what it has to say now about the builds. There's no active builds. Okay. Gordon, speak to me, Gordon. Why is this shit broken? Why is Docker desktop broken? Why? I don't want to make changes to the existing one. I want to just use this one. Let me look at the builders. What happened to the builders? How is this broken in some new special way? Docker desktop. The builders. I can't get the builders. Oh my god. So just a tip for you: avoid Gordon. I guess if you get Docker desktop with Gordon, shit is just broken. Let me just restart this. All right, we're back online. Okay, at least it's doing something. Okay, what's your problem now? Right. So not found. Right. It's not in that repo. Let me think. Can we override that one library from the latest repo, which is from the Trixie build? Let me see. I'm trying to remember my Debian thingy here. So too many messages coming in at the same time. Okay, so while I'll be sliding in this chair, I want to see if I can bump up this version just for this specific library. Okay. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to install this specific lib for from the previous. Where's the commands, man? God damn it. Debian. Drive me crazy. My Googler is not helping me. Why isn't my Googler helping with the commands? Because I don't remember the commands. All right. So there's a hard way of doing it and an easy way. And obviously I'm going to have to do it the hard way because the easy way might not work here at all. What the hell is it called? zlib 1g. Right. So we can do it the hard way, which is open up the update the repository file, add the Trixie to the repo file, and then it will query the repo file when installing the latest version, right? Right. So okay, so I'm just going to grab the commands directly from their little thingy. There you go. So let's update this. Crap. Let's update here. So before we do an update here, I'm just going to, oh crap. I'm just going to, come on, freaking VS Code, help me here. So I'm going to echo here. Echo. So again, I'm getting Trixie because Bookworm doesn't have it. Trixie has the latest version. So Trixie. And then I want to do, what am I going to do? I'm going to echo the release. What the hell is they saying? What does this command do? I don't even know what this. They're trying to update the apto. It's time for what you call it, K-pop, right? Apto. That's it. Oh, right. So now we have to install from Trixie, right? So here, we have to do. Right. So this would be a little bit different. So this is going to be, and then we're going to do apt get from the whatever the name Trixie how do you spell Trix? Try IXIE Trixie, and then we just need to go install yes, and the version. All right, I think that, oh god damn it, that is the way to do it. I'm not sure about these things here. Is that what it is? 99 default release. That feels like feels wrong. Okay, whatever. If that's what they say, that's what we get. This should be end to end, right? All right. Let me look at this chain. So we're echoing Trixie to here. The Trixie And I'm not sure about this one here. What does this command do? I don't know. What does this do? Well, we know what it does, but why are we adding this? I don't know. I'm just gonna trust the process here from the Debian people. Trust the process, man. You gotta trust the process. The process failed me. Oh, is that the version, or that's not the version? What? Okay. Well, okay. Let's do it without the pinning the version. Just give me the one from Trixie. Why isn't it? Oh, I need to do a remove as well. I need to do a cleanup after. Because now I'm installing from both, from here, which is Bookworm, and from Trixie. So I need to do another cleanup here from Trixie itself. Trixie, you better believe I got tricks up my sleeves. Who's a big fan of My Little Pony? Anybody? Anybody's watching My Little Pony these days? Oh god, my kids made me watch it so many times. Okay, well, shit, that worked. Okay. Still not sure about this command here. I don't know how to explain it, which is a problem. Okay, let's do a cleanup since this works. I'm surprised, but you get lucky once in a while. So in this case, I want to remove this, whatever this is. Thanks VS Code. From the source list, right? Just clean this up. Remove F, dash F, right? Files. All right. Okay, force, not files. What am I saying? I want to force it. Okay, anyways, whatever. Brain is going cray. So let's build it again, and let me run it locally. Let's see if this, and then actually wait. Let me verify the version of this freaking lib. So what's the command to check which version I have? What is the command? All right, let's run this so I can be finished here. Where's the Docker? This thing here, right? Now I can do. Oh yeah, I can do the show command, right? So I am confused about the show command. Where's my echoes here? All right. Things are just falling apart with my Docker desktop today. All right, let's just see if the backend is running. All right, it seems to be running. Okay, so let's exe into it and just verify we have the latest version. Exe, I don't know, IT, blah, blah, blah. And let's go into bin sh il or something like that. All right. So I want to run what's the command? db package, right? That's the one. db. So d package. Do we have this? Yeah. It's a d package. Oh my the package, and I want to get that the version of Z, what's it called? zlib 1G. Holy shit, that was painful. Okay, so so we're good, right? No, are we good? This is version 1.12.13, and the one in, where's my little window here of one? All right, we're good. We'll be good. 1.12.13, and the broken one was what? Wait, 1.12.13. Is this the broken one? 112. So 1.12.13 has the vulnerability in Bookworm. I need to get this one, 1.1.13. This one. Can I get this one, Amen? This one has the fixed version. Can I get this one? Is it too much to ask for to get this freaking version? Just exit. So can I just do this? What is your problem? You're already installing it from this repo here. So not found. It's almost like it's not adding. It's not adding Trixie. Trixie, I'm sad for you. Trixie, I'm so sad. So what is the problem here? The problem is I don't understand this command. That's the problem. What does this do? And I need somebody that knows freaking Debian here, because obviously I don't know Debian. This is one of those curses when it comes to DevOps. You know, people work on Windows, they learn the PowerShell. You work on the Mac, you live in iTerminal, but then when it comes to containers, well, now you have to be expert in every freaking distro, right? So let me see. What is the mess? What the hell did I mess up here? You know what? We can try to tease out the problem by just dumping information about if the version is even in the repository. So we can run the apt cache cache medicine, and then we can command. Yeah, let's do that. And then, yeah, all right. You know what? Let me throw this at. I'm going to do this where I'm going to. Yeah, let me do the apt cache medicine. Okay, let's see if I can do it right here, right after I do here upgrade, right here. So I can do end apt cache. No. All right, let's do that. Yeah. And let's see if it punks me. Let's see. Before it kicks off, it should have. It's grabbing these one in release. Okay. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's run freaking here. Why are you messing with me, bro? Oh, wait, but this is a different version. It's one. Okay, this is some weird version. 1.3. That's why it's 3.1 B1. Where the hell is that coming from? All right. Oh, the pain in my brain. All these weird freaking entries. Really? It works now? Let me just delete this. So I need to look at the version here that's cached. B1? Where's the B1 coming from? Are you punking me? I don't even see the B1 in the Debian here. Where's B1? God damn it. There's no B1 here. Where's the B1 coming from? Oh, B1 is here? What? All right, so it's plus B1, so it's in beta. Okay, so I see it here, the version here. Not in the top version. Yeah. All right. Let's run this to just see if it's kosher right now. Oh, look at it. This thing finally decided to output my echoes right now. Damn it. All right. It's running for 10 seconds. Hasn't crashed yet. That's 10-second rule. If a Docker runs for 10 seconds, you know it's good. All right. Let's push this. Let's push this and run away. I should probably put some comments in there to say why I did this. Yeah, let's do this. God damn it. Okay, fine. Updating zlib to fix not issue. What? Not that freaking issue. Where's the issue? The CV. Stupid freaking VS Code. Here, this issue. CV. The security issue to fix. Yeah, you can go look it up. Whoever is. Just updating. Yeah. All right. Let's see if the vulnerability scanner tells me something else now. Commit selected. Updated Docker file for. Okay. See the difference? Coders don't care about this. Computer science people don't care about this. Only engineers care about this because I'm trying to deliver software that's secure. Is this over engineering? No, because around this, in production, the client runs a security scan and I'm hosed. Now I got to go through this process of fixing it, right? So, yeah. And do the open source people thought about this? No, they haven't. They don't even pin the versions of this, the different, Linux packages, right? They just grab whatever randomly. And if you bring this up, you're the bad guy, obviously, right? You get gaslit by these people. But you have to open source. Ah, boy. Yeah, well, life is unfair, right? All right, too many messages coming in. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Let's go to cloud build. Let's just get this done before we have to do some other things. Just go to cloud build, dude. Seriously, why are you starting these pages? My goodness gracious! All right, let's see if the build finishes. Go on, faster. Yeah. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Just going to double check if we have vulnerabilities here. So let's look at the artifacts. Artifacts. Is this still a thing? Are you? Come on. Why is this still a thing? Why? It's just being picked up because of what? Oh, this is just getting picked up because of which version? No, we have the latest version. So 1.3. Okay. So why is this complaining? Yeah. Okay. So we have this version. So I don't know why it's complaining anymore. If this should go away. So if we do a scan, on the vulnerabilities, still one critical, 45, unspecified. Okay, show more. This should no longer be here. I can see that it's no longer an issue. I guess they have a problem with it. Okay, anyways, so we're good. So it's silly that they give you the version here, so they know which version, but they still list this thing here, even though the version is, here saying fixed, right, status. Yeah, okay. Anyways, we're good here. Let's just run this right now and see what happens. The database issue, that's what we care about. Let's run Atlantis. Let's apply this. Well, let's plan it first. Let's get a new token. So there's a few things happen with when you do a plan with some of the hooks that we have. All right, let's see what happens now. So the only issue we have left is that one column that was messed up. Let's log in first. All right, let's see what happens to our database updates now, database migration. Sorry, there's just people pinging me and causing trouble. All right, let's see if we have the same error here. Come on. Come on, better work. Oh, look at that. Finally up and running. Okay, let's see if we are up and running. There we go. Single sign-on, finally up and running. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. All right, so let's see how this works. Oh, redirect URI is missing. Okay. Okay, I can live with that. So let's see. Booyaka. Let's see. First of all, let's double check if this is the correct, whatchamacallit, correct URL that's set up in Keycloak. So, yep, it is. It's callback. Let me just remove this one here. That one is not. That one's just for local testing. Let's save this. Oh. Actually, you can have both. There's no reason to not have both, right? So let's see what is happening here. Where are we with LangFlow? Let's just refresh this here. Let me see if I click on this. We get what? Redirect URI environment parameter. Okay, so it's not set. Redirect URI. It's not even set. Okay, so let's have a look at our. Let's look at our piece of code here. I think we have a Camzilla in the channel. What's up, Camzilla? Okay, so that's a Terraform issue. So it's not the back and the front end issue. So that's a Terraform issue. So let's go to Terraform deployment code and let's see what we have here. So in our main TF, where is the here redirect URI? So this one here. So it said it's empty. Let's verify this. So if you go back into a pod YAML here, let's see if the variable has been set. So there we go. We have all these variables here. Oh, it's not set. Okay, there's a boo-boo here. Okay, so we made a mistake here in code. Where's the mistake though? First of all, let's see if this thing finished here. Yeah, so pull request finished. So we can clean up our GitOps process here. Let's clean this up and just create a new working branch. So going back to GitHub to Bitbucket. So here we go. Let's clean up. As usual, check out main, pull the stuff, and let's just delete this branch. All right, delete the branch. All right, let's just create a new branch now for development with GitHub process. We can call it the same thing. All right, now let's just go back into the code and see what the error is. I made a boo-boo somewhere. What is the boo-boo? Oh, I spelled values. Okay. To be fair, I'm a bad speller. Okay, here we go. Value. All right, let's see if you can apply this now. You know what? Before I do, let me just have a look at the values YAML for the backend. So we do have extra mounts that we created here. So yeah, so this volume I have, flows I didn't add to the container, and temp is unknown. I don't know why they needed a temp, right? So I'm gonna have to have a peek at the Docker file again, the old one, and see why they need temp. Because right, as far as I know, the only thing we need is this one here, and I guess the DB for SQLite. We're not using SQLite, right? So this is something that I'm gonna have a peek at later, or in a second, once we deploy this. All right, need to be able to explain everything, right? Okay. Right, so going back to our Docker file here, while this is doing its business, Yeah, so this is a bit complicated piece of code here we did for Debian. I wonder if I should put more comments here because this looks like dog crap right now. People might get confused. Well, I get confused. So maybe let me add some more. Anyway, so here, so we have app data. That's the volume I added. And I don't see anything here that would force me to have to use temp directory here in this Python build. There's nothing here. So, and look at the old one. The only thing I can think of is about just the PID, maybe a temp file for the GUnicorn or UVcorn servers. But that should be explicitly stated somewhere in a config file that you want to use those, right? You just don't randomly put things in temp directory without actually explicitly being explicit about some of these things, right? All right. So since we are in the middle of GitOps, let's do a pull request and apply the boo-boo that we just did here. That's a technical term. Let's wait for Atlantis to plan this. All right, let's apply these changes, Terraform changes. So we really went full stack, man. Not just from the back end, we did the full stack, everything in between every type of software. We just didn't do assembly today or microchips. But this day is still young. We can do some microchip programming in a minute. There's one here on my desk. Why not? Let's just do some assembly, right? Let's run with the day with every possible type of coding we can in one session, just for fun. All right, so this should get refreshed here. And see if the... All right, there we go. So I got up. Okay, that's my fix. Okay, cool. All right, so that was a typo. Dude, why is Google having a problem? Why is it kicking me out, man? Usually the session lasts 8 hours. That's on purpose for security reasons. But I had to log in 3 times in the last 10 minutes, man. Google, what's happening? You having a problem? You having a stroke? All right, so it's up and running. Let's see if we're back in business with a single sign-on enhancement. Again, I removed the login page. That's configurable. You have a one button to log in. Oh, what's happening? Come on. Where's the redirect URI? No, it's there. I see you. It's invalid parameter. Why is it invalid? What is your problem? Why is this invalid? Let me just grab this and do a little bit of debugging on this URL. So let's just throw it in here. Let's see. It's an OpenID. Client ID is good. So it's complaining about this one here. Response type is code. That should be good here. Scope is good. State is good. And once we added this as well. Okay, so these are all the security features that we added. Now, what the hell is wrong with redirect URI? Let me see here. Keycloak callback. Yeah, I don't see this to be a problem. Why is this a problem? Hold on 1 second here. It's invalid. Why is this invalid? Unless I mistyped this for some reason here, it should be good. Keycloak and call back. And we have text like apps, we have Kubernetes, and we have Agentic AI. HTTPS 2F. No, that's good. That's definitely good. Okay. So what we can do is we can remove this one here just for testing purposes to see if it complains about this, to refresh this. Now this should be correct. This should not be an invalid parameter on this specific client. Oh, it's alert manager. Holy shit, that's the, okay. All right. All right, there's not a boo-boo. I see it seems to be making a lot of mistakes today. It might be just a lack of coffee. Let's see. So in the Terraform code, what will happen here? Client, did I mess this up in when I deploy Keycloak? I think so. I have a funny suspicion that I messed this up here. Look at the outputs here. Let's put this side by side so we can get the actual values from Terraform. And the client ID is what? Where's the client ID? Oh, the client ID is no longer passed through the Terraform. We actually have it as a secret. So I feel like I messed up the secret, didn't I? Let me see. Let's trace this back quickly. The secret is what? This is a secret here. Yeah, it is. It's the wrong one. It's grabbing the wrong key. Okay, so this is the path in Keycloak in Vault. So Vault has a section where we put the Keycloak credentials. Okay, so let's do this. Let's update the Terraform state. First of all, this should be good. So we can clean this up. Clean this one up. So it's no longer an issue with this thing here. All right, now we need to create a new branch in the other repo. So we can just adjust that one tiny mistake on the external secrets operator where I used alert manager secret path instead of LangFlow secret path. So LangFlow secret path here and here. And I'll just create one here. Here, let's just throw one here. All right, let me just double check if this is the one we actually did. Let's do a search here. Yeah, it is the output. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, so it's just a little typo. Let's call it a typo. It sounds less embarrassing than completely using the wrong variable. It's almost like it was hallucinated by some language model, right? All right, let's push this. So yeah, we're gonna do some surgery here with after this is applied. So let's apply this to Atlantis. Okay. Let's push this branch. Let's create a pull request. Pull requests. All right, let's double check this. Yeah, I was definitely missing LangFlow here. It was using the secret from Vault from Alert Manager, which is a wrong secret, obviously. Secret path, client, decline secret. Yeah, okay, good. Just double checking. Well, Atlantis taking its time today. I guess I need to give a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more CPU. All right, let's apply this. This should be a fast apply, right? Because it just updates the custom resource in Kubernetes, and the custom resource then is applied through the reconciliation loop in external secrets operator, and it creates a brand new secret, right? Now, once the secret's created, what we can do is just restart the container, right? The LangFlow container, and it should pick up the changes right away. Although it will not pick up the changes. Why? Because I am silly goose here. That's a technical observation there. So let's do a little bit more here because we're hard coding it in the Terraform here. So this state, hold on, let me see. We need to, no, we're good, because I'm actually clever goose this time because we made these variable, right? So these variables will be refreshed once we kill the container and picks up the new secret. So good, I'm actually happy about that. I did it this way, which was 2 days ago and I already forgot. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So all right. All right, we're good. So the assumption here is this, which is a good assumption. The config map, sorry, the secret here, which is this secret, this one here, it should be updated. So 404, okay, March 18th was 19th. All right, so we can do is we can delete this. So delete, okay. It's going to create a new one automatically. So there we go, just created one right now. Now this should have the latest information. So now if I go back into workloads and I look at the pod, I can simply delete the pod. and it should pick up brand new client. Now, before we do, let's just have a here. So, sorry, we need the client ID. Underscore client ID. Okay. Right. Just confirming if it's okay. Cool. Let's delete this now. So it should recreate brand new backend server for us automatically, and then just refresh the sequence as well. Let's give it a minute. Just kill off all these different things that we have here. Just clean up. I might do a little retrospective here in a second to talk about all the stuff that we just did. PG admin, let's just kill this as well. Yes, leave. We have to start a new connection. LangFlow, yeah, let's close this. Alpine's dead to me. And playground stuff. Okay, this is for a different session. So this is when we're going to do a little bit of a scraper for somebody. Let's kill this. All right, so we cleaned up, get rid of this. And I'm gonna leave my rant from this, this beautiful, beautiful, amazing, tremendous, best in the world, tremendous diagram on the screen about ranting in the industry, open source industry. Let's just keep it on the screen, okay? Because I'm gonna come back to it and obviously rant some more. All right, so this is running. Let's see if the changes have been applied now. So cool. We have the KubeVirt login page now. I can log in with my credentials. Let's see if this creates my user automatically. Oh, snap. It was going so well. What happened? What happened? What happened? There's an error here. What? Token exchange failed. Bad request. Failed to get token from Keycloak. Connect to server. Oh, snap. Snap. What is this? Okay. Why? So anyway, so we can look at Keycloak right now. So this becomes a configuration issue. Let's look at the events. Login error. Okay, so the login did succeed. So after this login, you have to get a token with the authentication, the OAuth OpenID authentication workflow. So we didn't get a token. Where is my token? I'm just going to keep this on the screen, clear everything, and you can just examine the request that happened here. And you know what? We can preserve the request as well. All right. Am I in Chrome? I'm not in Chrome. I can't preserve the request. There we go. There's a callback here. Okay, what happened? So we're getting 401 on the callback right now. Why is that? Failed to connect to the server. Okay, so that's good. So we added this in our backend code to be able to deal with connection issues. Now, why is there a connection issue on Keycloak? That's a good question. I'm trying to understand why this would happen at all. If there's egress issue, right? The request leaving the container and we're blocking, because we do have a network policy, that might do it. The thing is that's strange is that we're getting 401 on the callback, right? Which is it is a protected path in React. Or is it? Let me look at the React code quickly. So something is messed up here. And I guess my brand in the morning makes sense now because we have parity issue, right? It works fine on my laptop. It works fine when I'm running this with SQLite. It works fine when I'm doing a Keycloak authentication through my local environment. But it breaks once you put it in the cloud, right? Hence the issue with environment parity, which is essential, right? All right, let's have a look at the hooks here. So we have a hook here I created for React. And in this hook, we are here. There's the hook. So it's not an invalid response. It's going here. At least it should be going here. And it's crushing somewhere over here. Okay, so you know what? Let me put a... Can I put a breakpoint? Let's put a breakpoint. Let's have some fun with breakpoints. It's debugging. Actually, let me run this in Chrome because Safari kind of sucks for the debugs. So let's just jump this. Let's throw this into Chrome and debug this React application. All right, let's get this going. All right, same error. Let's have a look at the cookie, see if the cookie was generated at all. So here under cookies, we should see a cookie for... No cookies here. Okay. Okay, and we do have the nonce in the state, so we have both of these things generated. So we know at least at which point it crashes in the code. All right, so far it's looking good in terms of the workflow, how it should happen. Now let's have a look at the source here. See if I can actually get at the source, if it's possible, with the compiled code. So let me see if I can find that piece of code here. What's interesting that I'm getting a 401 on this, right? It should not be, the 401 should not happen. You can probably get a different error, but not 401. Let me grab that piece of code from here. This might not be the best place to debug since it's already been minimized and compiled, all that stuff, right? So, yeah, boy, let me see if we can find it by function name. So here, this should, oh, by this. So this keyword should not be replaced in the compiled code here for React. Should be part of the. All right, so we have 3 of them. All right, so here, so it should throw an exception here. So you know what? Let me put a breakpoint here and do this again. All right, it came back. It's running the callback. Let's see, what is the problem? Step over this line. This should be good. All right, so this is going to Keycloak. Oh, what is this? It's adding API slash v1 slash call. No, that's fine. Hold on, let me think about this. Why? Let me see. I don't think that's the right path here, but let me double check. So it should not be adding API v1. No, it should be. Actually, let me just double check this. Let me look at the router. So this should route directly to the backend, and it is actually on the API, right? So API, just double checking API v1. Yep. And then we have Keycloak, and we have a router here for callback. Yes, for config and then callback. So it's this one here. All right. So that's the right one. Okay, so you know what? We can look at the logs in. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Okay, so let's step through this. So this one here should hit the backend RESTful API. And we're capturing the error here. Okay, so we know what it fails exactly. Okay. Is there a message here? Just bad request. Okay, so now while I have it in this breakpoint, what I can do is I can look at the logs from the backend. A beautiful, beautiful JSON logs that we added. Took some time to add. They're tremendously beautiful. Let's see. There we go. So we have something here. Let's look at this in Log Explorer. All right, so there's the error. Okay. Let's see. Main thread utilities error line 72. Beautiful. I love these logs, man. I'm happy I spent a freaking day on this. So it can help me. There we go. Let's put this to the side so we know which line number is crashing. Let's just have a look at the Python backend here. So the React code, it looks good. There's nothing wrong with the React code. It just goes in here, and this is where it crashes in Python backend. It's crashing at where? Line 72 here. All right. What is the error that we have here? The error is can't connect to the server. Okay. So it's using the redirect URI to connect to the server. You know what? I should probably put more outputs here because I would love to know what is the server right now, because it's not connecting to here. What is this? Right. And that's why we should see 2 error messages, not just one. So the second error message should be from here. Yeah, and we do, right. So service line 258. So yes, so this is where it's actually crashing. Okay. So when it's trying to use the client, Keycloak client within the Python code, this is where it crashes. So we know exactly where it's happening. Beautiful logs, tremendous logs, best in the world. Well, I actually share them with the open source community. Now, connect to the server is a bit of a problem for me because it did connect to the server when we did the authorization, the login page. So let's look at the properties here for redirect URI. So this is the one that can probably mess us up the most. Also, the other one is the server URL. So the Keycloak server URL is the main puppy here. So here, and then we need to pass in the realms. Okay. Let's just have a look at those two properties. All right. All right. So we know what the issue is. Let's go find the issue. We know when it's happening. We got to figure out why it's happening. So, all right, let's see. So this is the server URL, and this is a realm is ops. Okay, so these two things are good. Just going to double check them to see if there's an issue here. Yeah, okay. That's good. And the realm is ops. So looking at the events log from Keycloak, it is logging in. It's just failing to do the next step, which is really to get the token, right? So we definitely messed up somewhere in terms of these environment variables here, but where? That's the question. So client ID, client secret. I'm just going to verify these two again, just to see if we got it correctly. So let's just unpack the secret. Let me just do it here. Let's do it in this KPS LangFlow here. So we can kill the poll forwarding right now. And we want to do is grab the secret. Let's just grab all the secrets because I don't know the exact name. So it's something LangFlow Kubernetes or Keycloak. All right, let's log into Google again. It seems like Google is having a problem today with the logins. The session's timing out way too soon. We're going to let Google deal with that issue. That is interesting. You know what? Let's unset the proxy because it probably thought there was a proxy there. So, ironically speaking, gcloud command, Google uses the same whatever variable proxy as kubectl, which is fair to say. It's a standard variable that we use in Linux. So, I can't blame them for that. Okay, so let's just export the proxy again. All right, so what is this? Okay, here. So this variable, this secret here, let's unpack this. Let's just have a look at the YAML version of this. And let's grab the two strings here. This should be client ID here, right? So let's just get this one here. Let's echo it to base64. Let's decode this. So let's see what the secret has. So base64 -d to decode it. So that's LangFlow. Okay, let me grab, here we go, this thing here, this client secret. Let's see if that one is good. All right, let me just double check this client secret. Okay. That is the correct client secret. Okay. So the client ID, client secret is okay. So the next thing that could be messed up is the realm. Now we did see it's ops. And the next thing can be messed up is this server URL here. Well, that seems to be solid. So I think we need a little bit more output in our implementation for logging purposes, because right now, unless I'm counting these things here as a problem, let me just do this. So let's do -n. That's weird. All right, let's see, what can we do here? We can deploy the backend again and just adjust the logs to spit out all the variables, just in case we have incorrect variables here. Okay. Creators, okay. Enough messing around. Let me check the network policy, right? Because for the network policy, we're very specific, and we didn't allow everything to go out from the dev container. Now, what happens here is we are going to the backend, and the backend is trying to talk to Keycloak, right? Now, Keycloak is in a different namespace, and we did disable. So let's look at the network policy, right? Let's just do that. So kubectl get all the network policies, network policy. Yeah, just get the ones from here. So the backend network security policy is this. Let's have a peek at this. So, and Kubert, let's just dump it out as YAML. If I grab the right one, obviously, that'd be nice. All right, so let's look at the egress, not the ingress, but the egress, right? So for the egress, what do we do? We allow the ports 443 to go out to anywhere, right? So we did allow that. So I don't think this is a security issue, although we could probably adjust this policy to allow access to Keycloak. But if it's accessing OpenAI and Anthropic, all these different endpoints, this should be fine as well. This is just the same thing, right? Right. Something is freaking wrong. What? We know the callback is good. That's fine. We know the server URL is good because it goes to the login page. We know the ops is good because it goes to the login page, right? So there's something else messed up here, and we won't know till we actually have a peek at the client setup, okay? So what I'm gonna do is add a little debug to the Python code here and build this container. All right, let's just, let's do that. Do it. All right, it's crashing right here, right? At close this. Let's close all these different little bits of code so we don't have an issue here. All right. It's crashing right at the point when it's actually here, grabbing the token here. So And we do see this error message here, but we don't see the error message from here. Also, you know what? I'm just going to dump the redirect URI because I don't think it's listed anywhere in our logs, right? And it'd be nice to know what it is specifically. And while we're there, let's suppress the health log because we shouldn't be logging the health. There's just too much logs. It's just too much noise, right? So at least let's do that. Let's clean that up. And in the last, say, 45 minutes, let's see if we actually got a... Right, connect to server, that's all we got, right? Nothing else. All right, you know what? I can actually check based on the config and client config because it should come back with here, config. This should have our information here. All right, let's see if this is correct. So this is the information we used to connect. So Agentic, Keycloak, yeah, it's the redirect URI. All right, so this looks all good and opposite good. So there's nothing wrong with this. So this is good. So unless this is a network policy issue, we have nothing, okay? So in these cases, I like to disable the network policy and see if it fixes the issue and then adjust it. So let's do that. That's why network policies always apply at the end, at least in the way I'm doing things always, because it might be false positive. So I want to remove this false positive right now. So I'm going to go and edit the network policy from where I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this here since okay. So I'm going to grab this network policy just so I can, put it back the way it was before I start messing with it. So I'll just dump it in the file. Now let's just go edit this. Okay, so for editing purposes, I'm just gonna remove the egress policy. Yeah, let's see how it looks. Okay. Let's finish this breakpoint. Let's just let it run. There we go. We're back in. Okay, good. We got it working. Nice. Okay. So it is a network policy. Let's double check if we're good. If I logged in as Patrick here, yeah. Let's look at the admin page. And there's Patrick. I'm a Keycloak. Oh, sweet. This is amazing. Okay, so we have a nice single sign-on set up for LangFlow. All right, let's go adjust the network policy now. And do a little retrospective here. And so you can see, I can still edit the other users. You can't edit the Keycloak user, right? Because we're disabling that for you. Because again, the Keycloak is and the username is the email. Nice. So you can start using it. Okay. So going back to the remaining issue here, the network policy. What the hell did I do with the network policy? Messed it up here so badly. Okay, let's put this back. The egress. So we did spend some time on this network policy. but that was before we had Keycloak in there. So let me just examine it here. Again, we have AND and OR conditions here based on the arrays. So this is OR. So these ports for DNS, or this, or port 443. So this should handle this. And then we have or namespace, Kubernetes security, or anything coming from Postgres. Okay. So why is this insufficient to talk to Keycloak if I can use this to talk to OpenAI? It is a TLS communication that we're doing. I hope it's using HTTPS. All right, let's save this. Crap. All right, so we'll have it back in. Let's try it again. Now, it should fail this time again, right? We know it fails with... All right, cool. All right, at least we know our backend is solid. It handles the exceptions. All right, now let's just have a peek at this again, because this doesn't make sense. Unless we are doing non-TLS call from a React application, from the Python backend to the Keycloak, this should handle this. So this is a bit of a mystery here right now. Why is this a bit of a problem? And I think it's this part here. Now I can basically add one more here to check if it's coming from single sign-on namespace. So we can allow that communication. And maybe that's what I should do here, just as a quick thing. You know what? Let's create a branch here for GitOps. Let's just clean this up. Check out master. Delete Atlantis. So Kubernetes is a DNS service using the core as DNS, I think, in this one. So the DNS should reduce the hubs. So what it means that because we mapped it through ingress, the DNS should be mapped already internally to the service, to the container, right? So it can go directly into that service. So if the optimization did happen, then it goes directly from a pod to Kubernetes service. It doesn't go through the whole loop outside of it into ingress, right? So if that's the case, then the egress on 0.0 would not capture that, right? Okay, that's the hypothesis right now. Let's go test this. All right, let's just create one more branch here. So this is going to be our SSO network policy. Network policy. Now we have the network policy defined here in the values YAML. Yep. So what I can do here is add one more. Just put it at the end. So this is going to be, I'm not going to do ports. I'm just going to say that anything coming from the SSO namespace is allowed to talk to the backend is allowed to talk to anything coming from that specific namespace. Okay, so I'm going to go to. So if you want to talk to and do the pod selector, I'm going to do it based on the namespace. So yeah, here. I'll do a namespace selector, okay, versus a pod selector. So let's do both. Let's do both, just for just to be more correct. Not a little correct, but just more correct, right? A lot of correctness here. What's your problem here? here. Okay. So, all right, like so. Now let me go look at the expression that we can use for the here. This would be single sign-on. This is our SSO namespace, and then let's have a look at the Keycloak pod, because then I can use a pod selector if there's a specific one. So there we go. Keycloak SSO here, Kubernetes SSO. And for Keycloak, let's see what we have. What kind of labels do we have here? And let's look at the pod. It's a stateful set. So what can we use here in terms of labels? Yeah, we can just say instance, right? Instance Keycloak. Okay. I'll name Keycloak, both. We can use the instance name in this case. I can't copy. Oh, Google, you suck. Google, you suck. We love hating on Google because they suck. Right here. So we're going to use these two things. Okay. So we use these match labels here to match this pod. So let's use a pod selector with match labels. Okay. All right. So let's apply this change. So this is a very direct way of telling it to access Kubernetes SSO Keycloak namespace and Keycloak pods. If that's the case, then it answers the hypothesis why it's not going through the through this specific IP block or this whatever port IP block. Well, not necessarily. We still might have a bug here in terms of using non-TLS ports, which I'm going to double check in a second. All right, let's apply this. Updating backend network policy. Time for pull request. Pull request time. All right, unless I totally messed this up with some spelling mistake, this should be good to go. So I'm not expecting it to get restarted. There we go. Okay, let's see if the network policy was applied. So we should have one more section here. Yeah. All right, let's see if that fixes the issue. No, it does not fix the issue. All right. Let me be selective about the debugging process here. So let's go edit the network the egress policy again. Actually, let me grab this again. So so I have it. I want to put it back the way it is after. And just grab it here. All right. So this should work, and it's not working. And this should definitely work, and it's not working, right? So we have a bit of mystery here. So I'm going to scale this back to, let me see. Let me edit this and do we have a port on this? No, we don't have a port, right? There's no port that, and let me just double check the Keycloak client, see if it gets fancy with us and add to the port or something, because there should be no port. Where is it? Kubernetes LangFlow here. So let's go into here, the client, Keycloak OpenID client here and here. Okay. URL, name, client ID, verify. No, the only thing that could be verify is the verify crashing it, because it's verifying the certificates, but it does not relate to network policy, right? So I'm just ignoring that part, but there's nothing else here that would cause the network policy, security policy to kick in just for this. All right, let's do it. Let's debug it step by step. Actually, wait. It would do it if the verification is failing and it's falling back. So the certificates, the TLS is turned off, and it's not using port 443. We're just using port 80, right? So you know what? Let's go with that hypothesis that this client is busted for the reason. So let's change the network policy to allow additional port here. So I'm just going to grab this, okay, and make it really explicit. So anything on port 80 go through, which is kind of hilarious because it's always on port 80. But you know what? Let's just see. All right. All right. Cool. Let's update it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's not that. All right. It was worth a shot anyway. So we know it's not that. Was it applied? Yeah, it was applied. Okay. Let's edit this step by step. So, all right, let's move this to the side. So we have a little bit of a Kubernetes docs here, so I can see the network policies. I'm just going to grab the config, the Kubernetes config that we have here. Okay. Let me see. There's something not right. I do want to have this network policy. Just remove that stuff that I added. But we have to get it working. It could be a DNS resolution, but we already have the port 53 for the DNS. This is enough. So this should be enough, right? So this definitely should be enough to get this going. It has to be a DNS policy, man, because it doesn't make sense that this is not working. So we know we have a curl, right, in Kubernetes LangFlow. So let me exe to that. I'll leave it the way it is right now, the policy. I won't change it. So let's do a little bit debugging from the inside the container. So let's just get the pods and I'll get all the pods from Kubernetes LangFlow. And we need to get into this pod here. Now we did remove a lot of the necessary components for debugging. That's on purpose. Yeah, finish that. God damn it. Just, there we go. Do we have curl there? No, we don't have a curl. Do we have an S lookup? No, we don't have an S lookup. We have wget. We don't have wget. I removed all the tools that we need for testing on purpose. Let me look at the service mesh logs, man. If the service mesh is blocking it, then I'll be upset. Where's my little log window here? Now I did remove the egress, and it did fix the issue, but I wonder if it's a secondary issue with the service mesh. Because we have a service mesh on Keycloak, we have a service mesh on all these different tools that we deploy. And let's have a peek at the log again. I actually have it here. Now this time, I'm going to look at both containers, the service mesh container, Linkerd proxy, and the backend, just to verify that it's not something weird happening with. This is the error. There's Linkerd here right at the same time. What's your problem, Linkerd? Connection time after connection close. What? So we do have an outbound connection here, specifically to. Is this the client address of Keycloak? Hold on. This might not be actually be making. This actually might be DNS issue because it's resolving to an IP address which is within the cluster, and then it's causing problems, right? So linker D stop the communication from happening in right with error happen, right? So at the same time, okay. So I'm gonna assume this is the error here. Okay, I'm just gonna grab this this payload here. Just confirm the IP addresses here. All right. So we have a client address and we have a server address. Okay, so let's look at the client address first. Excuse me. So there is our pod. What is the IP address in this baby? Right, says this one. Okay, cool. So that's the right client address. It's making a call from here, and then it's going to the server address that looks like, and even the port is 443. So we know that the network policy 443 should apply, and the 00 should be applicable to any address here. So now let's look at the Keycloak ingress. Okay, let's verify these addresses again. Okay, so I'm expecting this to be the ingress address, ingress of the Keycloak. So first of all, let's have a peek at, let's look at the ingress. Here's the Keycloak. And the address is, so it's going here, right? So the server address is that. So we know it's actually going to Keycloak and it's getting blocked there. Oh boy. I'm just going to mute myself while I chew. And we are back. No chewing anymore. All right. So I'm trying to see if there's anything related to the service mesh, but the service mesh does give us a clue. You can see that it's trying to talk to like it did the DNS resolution, and it's talking to an IP address, right away. So it's not going to, whatever the whole domain in Keycloak lives. So I wonder if it's just create a debug container. So with the networking tools, Linux tools. You know what? Since we have the IP address, let's just do the IP address directly. So let's be very explicit with this, right? So here, when I go and edit this right now, I'm going to add one more thingy here. That's a technical term, a thingy. Or condition. So or we're going to go now. This thing I'm going to go to the IP block, which is IP block, and I'm going to define the CIDR range as the ingress here, and no ports /32. So just one IP address in the range, and then let's go to port. Right, port should be now. Do I have this backwards? This thing here? 2 IP and then no, it's fine. And ports. No, this is end. Yeah, so end. So this should be ports. Hold on. It shouldn't be a new. It shouldn't be a new entry. It should be just ports, right? Ports. So you want to combine it as an end condition, right? And this one will have a port here. So port 443, and then we have protocol TCP. Okay. This is kind of explicitly saying just go allow specifically the specific IP address. So yeah, let's see if that works. Oh, maybe not. Maybe there's a spelling mistake. What I do now. Oh yeah, I forgot the semicolon here. Okay. Oh, did I forget more stuff? It happens. What's the problem? What's the error? Line 39 validation failed for start of the token. Where's the start of the token? Ports. Oh boy, which one did I mess up? Are you messing with me here? What's the actual error? Found character cannot be start on any token. What character? Is a special character added somewhere? Excuse me. Let's remove this, remove this, remove this. What? I must be blind. I don't see the problem. Let me say this again. Line 39, okay. Oh, this one is messed up. What? How is this one messed up? Let me grab this again. So I don't have to retype this. Actually, hold on. I can just change the other one. Just have to get the AP again. Here, let's just change this one. That's faster. All right. All right. Let's see if this makes a difference explicitly. Let's have a look at the logs. That's a bit strange issue we're having here. Oh, what happened here? It saved 2 times? All right, this one, I'm gonna make this one 0, 0. Okay. Wait, that should be 0, 0, 0, right? We want to allow all the IPs. All right, let's see if this makes a difference now. Oh boy. Okay, what can we change here to allow this? Let me see. Just throw this in a file. Obviously, it's going to be one of those things where Linux just spits in my face because why would you work as intended? All right, let me just grab this again. So, throw this in a file and analyze it critically. Yeah, that's where it's going, to the 443 port. Okay. So a lot of times when you debug network policy, it's nice to have a catch-all statement, right? Like an exception type of thing. So let me add a catch-all. Actually, before I do, let me just add. I'm going to add a policy to allow every type of protocol. Let's do that way. All right. So we know this is not working. So I'm just going to delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to delete this part here, right? So I'm going to remove the protocol here, and then let's just add 2, just like that. So what this means is that this is almost like a catch-all as well, right? It allows pretty much everything. So let's just do this first. Right, so that works, right? So we know it's something's messed up because the catch-all statement works. Okay, let's go. Let's close this. Now going back to our policy here. Obviously, we can't have 0 on every protocol. So I'm wondering if it's actually not 443, because if Linkerd is doing the communication between services, it might be just a Linkerd issue then still. Because it is working on some port, right? So let's do this again. So let me bring this back now and put this back in here. And then let's see if we can remove the port for that one. So then we can. So baby steps as always, right? So I'm going to put back what I had here. So I'll just put the ports. I'll just add the ports. Somebody's trolling me. Crap. Let's put the ports here. And just grab this one here. All right, so this is back to just accepting port 443 on every, whatever, all the IP addresses. Now for this one here, what I'm gonna do is I just want to remove the ports for this specific IP address and see if it's a port issue. So let's just delete this. All right. All right, so that didn't do much. All right. Just continue with the edit, with debugging here. That's a bit strange then. It must be using pod-to-pod communication then after DNS resolution, because the only thing that makes sense right now, or yeah, and the service mesh kind of facilitates that communication at that point. The only thing that makes sense, because then the IP is different. That would be your service IP, maybe pod IP at the same time. And the ports would be different with the service mesh ports. The service mesh intercepts the communication. Oh boy. But we don't have any. You don't have any tools to test this right now, right? Within the container. So what can we do here? Let me think. What can we do here? So we already tested the case where we just allowed the IP block here. That's a catch-all without any port. And once we have the port, it gets blocked, right? Which tells me that it's not running on the same port, right? Now, we also tested the IP address here. That is the ingress IP address without any ports as well, right? So this should allow any port. Let me, what else I can do here? Yeah, if I just change it to 0, it would be just, whatever, the whole range, right? And that means we're just getting desperate here at this point. And it works. Okay, so it is a freaking port issue. Oh, Jeebus, save me. How is this a port issue? God damn it. What's the range of IP addresses, right? There should be, hold on. Let me think about this. The range, you know what? Let's do this. It's not a port issue. It's a range issue. I misspoke. All right, so let's just adjust the range till we get something very specific here. So let's go with 24. So /24. Just going to narrow this down completely. Yeah, 24 it works. Okay. Let's narrow this down a little bit more. Finally getting somewhere. So let's go with 28. That's only a few. Actually, let me look this up. Where's my range calculator? So where's my calculator? Here. So there's one calculator I always use. So in this case, we're going to go through this IP address. Okay. Right, so 24 is 255 addresses. Let's go 28. So 28 should be how many addresses here? 28 should be what? So should be only 20, 24. Okay, let's do 28. Okay, 28. Ah, 28. Where is my freaking Chrome here? Let's log out. Sign in. 28 is not working. Okay, so now we know. So actually, let's go with 27. What's 27? So it's 32 to 63. That gives you a range of, was it 16 IP addresses? Okay, let's do that. And Google just timed out. Damn it, Google. What is your problem today, man? Why am I losing my sessions? All right. I'm just going to bump it up to 27, or bump it down in this case, which really means bumping it up because it's more IP addresses. All right. And 26 is what? 26 is 64 addresses, right? All right. Let me see what 26 does here. 26. Here we come. Nope, 26 doesn't do it. Okay, and then the last one, it's going to be 25, so it's 128 addresses. Okay, so let's see if that one works. I'm trying to narrow it down to the root cause here, and then we can add some ports to this equation after, and then we get the final answer. All right, so we know, okay, so 24 is the range. So 24, it's all 256 addresses. So let's just put that back. And now we can fiddle with the port and see if there's a port. And then we'll get a final answer. This is so exciting. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So excited. Oh my God. Interesting. I'm starting to get the feeling that we're getting punked by our network policy Kubernetes plugin at this point. Let me put this back to 0. The full range. Right. 0 is actually the whole thing. Oh boy. Right. All right. Let's look up. Having way too much fun here. Okay, let's just put something meaningful here than these ridiculous numbers. Okay, so 0 obviously is pointless. I think that's a catch-all. That's like the same thing as here. The only difference here is that we removed the port, okay? So there's something related to the port that's happening here. So I'm going to keep, let's actually look at the linkerd a little bit more. Where's my thing here? I just want to see if there's additional port, like an ephemeral port being created by the service mesh. So we do obviously have this ephemeral port for the client address. And I do wonder if that's the issue here, right? So every time you establish a connection outside of the egress connection from your container, it creates this ephemeral port for you. Now, yeah, it is a TLS communication because it's going on port 443, but it's also going through this this client address here, right? So how are we going to solve this? You know what? Let me first make it so it goes out to OpenAI, and I want to see how OpenAI how linkerd treats OpenAI, and I'm wondering if there's something I'm missing in my linkerd config. So let's change this to well, let's just remove this one here completely. And what we're going to do here is just remove the ports. All right, so this is like a catch-all statement again. Right, so let's see if this logs in. All right, so now I'm going to create a new flow, simple agent, OpenAI key. Is that the OpenAI key? Oh boy. What the bloody hell? Hold on, where's it? Oh, here, OpenAI key. All right, let's do a playground. Actually, let's just play the agent here. So this is going to do a little check for us. There we go. So now, since this went out to OpenAI to check, let's just do also a playground. Help me agent to add 2 + 2. Okay, it's a smart agent. Knows how to do +2. Okay, don't make fun of it. It's a difficult. Okay, so now we should get some feedback in our here logs. Let's look at the last 5 minutes, and should be able to see the communication going out to OpenAI. Well, it is talking to it. I'm just not seeing it in linkerd. Where's linkerd? Are you hiding now? Come on, run this again. Yeah, I'm not seeing any intercepted calls by linkerd, and that might be the issue actually here. It knows where the other container is, so it's facilitating the communication, but that means that it's leaving the pod, the service mesh, is creating a connection that is messing this up. Yeah. Yeah, I think the issue is ephemeral ports that are created by the service mesh to facilitate the communication between the containers, the side container and main container. And then when a request leaves, the pod sees that specific IP address, the network policy, right? So that's, I think, what the problem is here. That's why we can't pin this down, because it's every time we make a connection, it's different IP address, or different port, same IP address. So what can we do here? Let's think. What can we do here to tease this out a little bit more? So I can probably install TCP dump just to see the TCP dump coming from the network to verify it. What else we can do here? But that means updating the container. I can build a debug container. I can just add additional debug stuff to the container, build it quickly. What else we can do here? What else can we do here? How can we force this to... So the pod IP is getting ephemeral IP address, sorry, ephemeral port. So what if I adjust the network policy to do what? We already have the policy already hosts to the Linkerd network plane, right? So there's a control plane. So the service mesh has a control plane, and we're allowing it to talk to the control plane already. Yeah, so it's right here. What? No, wait, I don't have it here. No, I do. Here, so it has control plane. Let me see. Let's look at the log. Maybe you can tease out something from the log. Let's look at the resource proxy container name. It's going to be proxy something, right? What's the freaking name of the container, bro? It's the freaking name of the container. All right, Linkerd proxy. 40 minutes. I just want to see the attempts that were made and blocked. Right, I'm going to close the connection. So each time it has a different port, right? Client address is this. Yep. Right. So every time it makes a connection, it tries to go on a different port. Even here, this was closed as well. So, okay. So what can we do here to mitigate this issue? What the outbound is, right this. So we can allow the IP from the container, from the pod. That doesn't seem right. We are using the little bit older version of Linkerd, so it doesn't have the egress custom resource, which is in the next minor version that we didn't install yet. So then if we had that, we can just allow everything to go through the network policy and just do it on the application layer, right? So in your OSI model, network layer model, a lot of times it's better to do it at the application layer because it's a smarter layer. You can actually do a little logic there. On the network layer, network policy there, on like third layer there, it just opens and closes a connection, right? So it's very kind of dumb binary thing. If we do a little bit higher, like at the seventh layer, your application layer, then that's where Linkerd is. You L7, maybe L4 sometimes, but it's L7. L7, you can actually inspect the headers. You can do multiple things, right? So you can allow things through. You can have the connection open, but you block on properties of the the request. So that's always better. That's always something that is extremely useful for security. Network policy is more like a blunt instrument, and that's what it looks like right now. Now I can disable it, and we're good to go. But I don't want to disable it because there's a reason why we have a network policy, right? I mean, the simple thing would be just to delete the policy and move on. Now, I am interested in terms of these labels here, right? Because we can see that the resource, right? So we have the resource here, we have the container name, we have the pod name and all that stuff, which can be used to craft a specific pod selector. But would that even make sense? I think that the NS lookup and the DNS with the Kubernetes cluster is making it so you go direct to this address, which is within the Kubernetes cluster, and then it just goes from from pod to pod. So it's a little bit different than going outside to OpenAI or Anthropic, we just did with the backend. I mean, we still have it open, right? So we still. This is going and doing using ChatGPT here, right? So this is going from the back. It's the same way. It's making HTTP requests to OpenAI and Anthropic, but we can't make HTTP requests internally within our cluster, right? Which tells me that the DNS entries are to blame here because the DNS entries for Keycloak are internal within the cluster, right? So they're cached. The Anthropic, OpenAI do not cache. They're outside different DNS. So we have to go look them up outside the cluster, right? If that's the case, then there's a little bit of optimization that happens to make the pod-to-pod communication, connection here, which means that it is working at a pod IP address level versus, the domain name of the ingress. So that's the hypothesis. Now, if I had ns lookup or TCP dump within the container, I can test this, verify it, right? I just don't have it. But what I can do is, in the meantime, you know what? Let's disable read-only security policy on the pod that will allow me to install. Yeah, let's see if I can do that. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to go restart the pod and let's go. Actually, can I even edit security policy? Probably not, right? It's going to stop me. Let me do this on the stateful set here. So what I want to do is I want to disable the pod context security policy to change the read system, read file system, the file system from read only to write, and I can install packages like TCP dump for debugging, and we can go back and change it back again, right? So what the hell is the, here, spec, where's the security context? Am I blind? Oh, that's the security. Okay, cool. So here, this one here, you see it says read-only file system equals to true. So that means I can't install anything. So let's put this to false. All right, let's see if we can say. Now, this should cause a red flag here in the deployment. Oh, maybe not. I thought it would be disallowed from a Kubernetes point of view, security point of view, to change security context and running container, but whatever. We're going to avoid that little thing that just happened. All right, so it's restarting right now, and let it fully bake. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going to go exe to the container and then to the pod container. And let's see if we can install some tools here. So we can finally figure out what the hell is happening. kubectl, exe. All right. Permission denied. Yeah. We made it so. Let me do sudo su. Let me step down into sudo. We don't have sudo installed. Oh, the pain. You know what? Let's do this. Let's install some packages here. I'm just going to add another target, and I always like to do this as well in our own builds here. So when it comes to the Docker, let me just close all this. So the code is solid. LangFlow happy. You should be happy. It's all pushed, right? This is related to our network policy within our own cluster, which we're very strict about. I know you guys don't care about network policies, but we do. So here, what I'm going to do is, for just having fun, not really, but actually having a testable container, I'm going to actually add one more target in here. And the target is going to be, so this is multi-stage build, right? So usually what I like to do is have a builder, have my final container, but also have a container that is, again, in terms of kind of environment parity, that's the same as the other container with additional sugar on top, right? It has a little bit more, it has utility packages, right? Let me just find those packages quickly. So this is something I like to do. People don't do this. All right, so we have the runtime here. We have the builder. So what I can do here is just do one more at the bottom here. Let's see what we're going to do here. So this is Debian. So I'm just going to install the network utilities here. So TCP dump, curl, things like that. Let me see what else. Maybe I should just get the whole package here. Where am I going to put this? I'm going to, should put it before or after? I like to put it always after. Let me see. Let me think what I'm going to do here. Yeah, curl, IP, DNS, utilities, TCP dump, all that stuff, right? So all these different things. You know, I'll put it before because I don't want this accidentally being misused. So I can put it before, and then I can just build to the network tools target in the Docker build. And once I have that, then I can. I don't have to extend from it in the runtime, so then the runtime will not get the stuff that. Okay, so let's do it like that. Because I don't care about the application. I just want the container to be deployed, and when it's deployed, then I can just want to query it, right? So what I can do here is, yeah, let's do it before, just to have some fun with this. So here, this is the runtime, right? So let's do one more. All right, so this is going to be our, well, let's just grab this, put some comments in here. So we're going to call this the network tools, whatever, network tools, okay? Tools. All right, and this will be, let's call this a build stage for troubleshooting, okay? Build stage for network troubleshooting. All right, shut up. God damn it. Okay. So I can use the same Python image because I want to have at least some parity with the image here. So this, right? I'm just going to call this network tools. Okay. And then what I'll do here is same working app, /app, right? Let's just put into same working directory. Now, the only difference is going to be here. Now, here I'm just going to dump the tools. Now, the tools I like to always use from our network utilities container. So network utilities image. I forget the name of this guy, but that's one I always use. Is it this one? No, net tools. This one. I use this one. Right? I just want the Docker container here, bro. Don't punk me. All right. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Let me just grab the command to install. Okay, so there we go. Is this Alpine? Another one, Alpine. Dude, Alpine sucks. It's yucky. Where's the other one I always use, man? God damn it. There's one I always use, and I always have it in my scripts here. So I just forget the freaking name right now. So let me look at my test scripts here. Network policy example. This one. Nope. Ubuntu client test. What the hell I did that one for? Oh no, that's different. Okay. Actually, wait. We can do Ubuntu client test. No, not that one. I want to do, what about this one here? Boy. I called it test client, didn't I? Yeah, here, this one. That's the one I wanted. God damn it. Okay. Let's go here. All right. So this is the one I usually use with my, even says Kubernetes, nice networking tool, Swiss Army knife. So I don't need everything here. I'm just going to grab a few things from here. And this is Debian, sure. I don't need all that. I really don't need all that. I just need from Alpine. Oh, dude. From Debian, just get that. And from Alpine. Did these guys do an Alpine here as well? I thought it was Debian. But they fetch the binaries from Debian and they throw it into Alpine. Oh, geez. That's pretty funny. Yeah, this works. And I use it, so screw it. I'll do the same thing. Screw it. Just don't want to use freaking Alpine, man. We got burned too many times with freaking Alpine. Alpine, you suck. Let me just. I'll stick to my Debian. You can go to hell. Alpine, go to hell. Go to hell. All right, I just need TC dump, trace route, NS lookup. I just need all of those. NFTTF. Okay, cool. Let's do that. You can go to hell, Alpine. Go to hell. I'll see you in hell. All right. So let's do this. Let's install all these different. Let me grab some of these ones here already. I'm not going to pin these versions because I don't care. So whatever versions I had here, I'm just going to delete them. And that's it. No, let's do this. The entry point is going to be bash. All right. And command nothing. Okay. We can add any comments we want. All right. I know I have these pins here, pin versions, but let me just double check the Debian, whatchamacallit, repo, package repo, just to make sure I don't have some crazy versions here. Yeah, NetTools is not good. No, that's good. Okay. So I start with curl. I'm starting the other way. Uh, 12. No, that's wrong. 7.1. Like so. Okay. DNS utilities. We need some of those. Holy crap, this website's so slow. 1:12. Okay, let me grab this this version here. It's a weird version. I don't want to mess this up. Okay, let's get the ping utilities here. So we get a full suite of network utilities, and then we can just go cray in the container and figure out what the hell is happening and ping all the different things, all the different networks, and get some feedback, quick feedback. So instead of fumbling around, it's better to just take a step back and netcut. Do I need netcut? Yeah, let's put netcut in there. Why not? Why not? If we're doing a proper tool here. So netcut is going to give us ability to, it's a utility just kind of just read and write stuff across TCP or UDP protocols. So you can kind of use that to send some or read some traffic. Trace route, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's the correct version. Okay, what else? What else? Anything else? Anything else that we need? TCP dump is what part of, where's TCP dump? Which utility has TCP dump? Okay, let's put TCP dump here as well. TCP already knows the version. Shit. TCP dump 493. So close. Yet so far. All right. And what? This has to be alphabetical still. God damn it! You suck. Okay. Where else do we need? Let me see. Let me see at our famous container here. Yeah, let's do JQ as well. Let's just look at it here. He has a whole list of them here. All right. Let's grab this one. IP pref. Nope, that's the wrong version. IP pref 3. No, just IP pref. All right. That's going to be found really fun using that one. What else do we want? TCP dump. We have netstat. Nmap. Let's put nmap in there. We always like to do some hacking as well. That might be actually fun for some penetration testing. Nmap. And map 7.9. All right. I think we're good. That's all we need, really. Right, we need to look at that. Drill. You know what? I want to get drill because drill, I need to look up a DNS. So I do want to get drill in there because DNS, I think this is a DNS issue. That's why. Drill. Hold on, do we even have drill here? Not in this version. I don't know why we don't have drill. We have K-drill that's available. No, but that's just, we can't use that. No, we don't have drill. Why don't we have drill, bro? Why don't we have drill? All right, screw drill then. We just do regular DNS. Netcat, NetGen. I like NetGen. Yeah, we can do create pockets between these containers. Sure. You know, I'm just gonna start with these. What is this one here? This one is ns enter. Yeah. Nope. All right. Okay, we're good. So I'll start with that. Let's move things around so to make this freaking linter happy. Although I comes, if I know my alphabet, which I don't claim to know, I comes before the N. And IPE comes before the IP. All right, anyways, this linter is annoying. Okay. All right, we're good. Let's build this. So this is going to be just part of our cloud build. Let me close. What am I opening? Opera. Opera, go away. All right, so when it comes to cloud build, all right, so now we have to provide a target, right? So when we build something, when we do a Docker build, okay, let me see. I'm just thinking, I don't need an entry point here. I can always create my own here with Kubernetes. Yeah, with the command argument. So I don't need this right now. The entry point. All right, so let's test the build. So first of all, let's I'll just see if there's any Docker running right now. Let's just kill the backend Docker here. Just remove it. All right, let's build this backend multi. Okay. So first I'm going to see if it's actually building the one with the runtime, and then because there's nothing else given, so it should do the whatchamacallit, the usual thing. Because the last one is supreme, right? Now here, if I want to build it with a target, I need to now specify the target in my build. So I don't want to do it. Actually, let's do it. Let me change the make file here. I'll just grab the command from the make file. Where's my make file? So let's just do this one here. Let's just do one more. And for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say tools, okay? And here we can specify not just to build a platform, but we can say target network tools, okay? So if I do this now, Right, so it's building the network tools right now. Sweet. Okay, so it worked. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to update my cloud build so I can get this in my repo. In my repo and do what? Let's see. So for the cloud build, I'm going to let me see. I don't want to change the substitution, so I just want to keep the same substitution, so I'll have to change the trigger. I just want to add one more step. So let's just do one more step here. So step 3, step 4, step 2, step 3, step 4. Okay. So let's do step 5. Build the backend network tools, backend image with tools, with network tools. Okay, sweet. All right, so what we're gonna do here? Well, I don't need anything but the container, right? So right, all right. So let's copy this one here. Both things now and push here, and I'll just adjust them here. Let's adjust this. So it's going to build back an image with tools. All right. We don't need the base image. We just need the Python image. We don't care about the ports. They don't matter anymore for us. This doesn't matter. The ID doesn't matter. So what else do we need? I'm going to bastardize this a bit. So here, I'm just going to say dash tools, network tools. Network. Oh, that just sounds stupid. Just like that. All right. So it's going to use the same substitution variable, but just add network tools to it. And then what else are we going to do here? That's it. So we just need the Python image. All right. And this one here, push backend network tools. All right. And this one is, again, just like that, backend. Sweet. And this will be step 6. Okay. Backend, what do I call it? Backend image with network tools. All right. I think we're good. And let me see. So this is going to simulate our Python environment just without the application and give us the ability to fully test it, or at least the networking issue. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Let's see if the build is going. How is the build going? Everything fine with the build? We should have a couple more steps in here. Yeah, with the tools here. Oh, you know what? We didn't tell to push to the repo, right? So what I always like to do in the cloud build, also tell what images are being pulled here, these images here. So I like to do that as well. And there we go, like so. Okay. Now like so. That's just wrong. Hold on. Like so. Nope. All right. So we have two of the builds queued up, yeah. And there's a few different tools you can use to kind of deal with this. Sometimes I use Crew with kubectl, and if you go to Crew plugin list, you're gonna see there's one called Spy, which allows you to deploy. There's like a debugging tool here, so that's also a possibility here. Where's the debug Spy? Is it called Spy? Still here? I know I've used it before several times when I was debugging this. So when I didn't have a container, it just installs additional kind of Kubernetes manifest assets into the namespace and attaches the pod network. Where is Spy? Here, just Spy, right? So you can run this with kubectl crew install Spy, and then you can just run, and you can say Spy on specific container, and you can give a Spy image, right? So then, this is kind of a way to intercept your container, so your pod, and then get some information. Now, this one comes with additional tools here, right? So it's a good container here. So anyways, it's a good tool. I might actually use it now as well. As you can see, it just, you can see the how it attaches itself to the network, right? And then just kind of spies on the network on the container. So it's a good tool. It's a good hacking tool if you want to spy on a specific container. You can get that installed. It's been a while. It's been updated. Anyways, so that's another thing. So kubectl debug is another one here. This is much older. So people made a lot of these kind of attempts to make these additional plugins to extend the kubectl CLI to add with crew CLI to add these additional tools into kubectl. So you can use it for for dealing with these issues I'm dealing right now to be able to get some information about what's happening. And there's a couple other ones here that are actually similar, and I do use them. Just for this case, I just want to have a container here. So here, no, that's for Azure. We don't care about that. Yeah, so debug shell is another one. That's very limiting, right? Yeah, the gadget one might be a little bit better. I never used this one. JSF, JuiceFS. No, I haven't used that one. Okay. All right. So there's lots of kind of tools here that you just install with your kubectl and just kind of works with your kubectl. A what? Already have image digest. What? What? Oh wait, did I mess up the push or something? Push section? Repository must be lowercase. It is lowercase. What? What? Oh, dude. God damn it. Why am I so stupid, man? Jesus. Oh, sorry. Let's not blaspheme here. Jeebus. God damn it. All right, shut up. Too many typos, man. Is this the same issue? Let me see if actually the artifacts are good. No, nothing on the artifacts. Okay. Let's see if this one is actually good. So crew is really good tool. And the reason it's good because it also just extends your kubectl. So you do kubectl commands, right? So that's why it's so good. And it has really good tools here, right? There's lots of fancy tools. Let me see this one for the network policy testing because that one I can probably use right now. Network policy, this one here. So I can visualize, no, Kalium, no, is it? I forget which one we use. Let me do this one. Let's visualize this. Let's install this one. Let's have some fun with crew. The things they're building. Maybe I can visualize my problems, manifest the solution, right? It's all about the secret in the universe. The universe knows. You manifest shit, right? Manifest. Holy crap. All right, let's see if we can install this here. Oh, I didn't install crew on this Mac? What? No. I did. Hold on 1 minute. Did I not install crew in Bash? Oh, it's not in Bash. Oh, snap. All right. Okay. Am I in the container? Is that fun? Let me see if the crew is installing this one here. All right, where's my network one? This one here for visualizing networks. Sweet. Let's see if we can visualize this. Okay, so now, all right, so just namespace, and that's it. Just, let me just give it a namespace. And the policy. Okay, sure. Okay. Let's give it a policy. So first, let me just get all the policies. kubectl, get network policies, all of them. Oh, dude, Google. That's like, damn it. How many times I have to log in a day? All right, so I want to visualize Kubernetes, LangFlow, and I want to visualize the backend. Show me the backend. Show me your ways here. Let me see. Oh, snap! Right in the gonads, jeebus. Why? Let me see if I can. It accepts all. Nope, it doesn't. It has to be. Okay, so this plugin is garbage. Well, that was pointless and useless. Let's look at the build. Visualize given network policy. I tried, bro. I tried, but you suck. Oh, look at all these claims, but it sucks. Oh my god. It would be nice if it works. Be lovely. Definitely be lovely. Is this a service or a network policy you have to give it? Let me see. It should complain about what it needs. Okay, I see it was well coded. So if I go this, it still crashes. Oh, snap. What was it? It's expecting a service? Oh, I'm down with this one here. Okay, let's just do help. Does that help? So look at the flags. We have leave that to me. As such, I hope someone to see things visually. Let's see if there's a better one. Ah, look at we're getting fancy with that one. Let's install this one here. Use on your own risk. Okay, yes, I'm using my own risk. Okay, so this one is what? What it needs create. What is this? Network policy. Okay, and then what? Get seconds. Thanks. Mode explain. What am I explaining? Explain all of that? What is explain? I want to explain network policy. Well, this one is too powerful, man. I need policies allow blog traffic. What? What is the purpose of this tool? All right, let's run this. Let's see if the linter works at least, because it promises to lint my network policies. Let's see. Oh, that's a big fail. Oh, that's a huge fail. Let me add maybe a namespace here. All right, it doesn't like linter. All right, let's see what we have here. Oh, we're getting fancy now. Backend here. So we have check target all egress allowed. Okay, so it allows people from this namespace with this label. And what? All right. Let's just do everything. Oh, snap. All right, let's see. This is the egress part. It doesn't really tell me much, right? It just tells me exactly what's there. So this is our egress. Yeah, we're allowing everything right now. We also want people to have access from the LangFlow pods, from the Postgres, from the database. All right, so this is a nice visualization, but doesn't really provide more information than just the basic YAML. All right, the build is finished. Nice. And we have the build artifacts. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this little baby here, Piggy, and replace my backend Piggy here with this specific container. So no surgery here, nothing too invasive. So go back to images, and where's the images? Here. Just going to replace this image with my new network tools image. And edit is not on. Okay, edit. Okay, let's just grab just do the end part here, just like so. Save, and then let's see if you can get some answers. Just remove the liveness probe. So we're running. Okay. So now we have a container in the same situation as the application. Same parameters. The only difference is that this container or this image has tools, network tools. So let's just log in and just start examining here. Let's do this. Okay. Just checking these directories of these volumes I created here, just to see why we need them. All right, there's nothing in them right now. Okay. Curl, do we have curl? Hello? Okay. Why is this turning? What happened here? The builder. Hold on a second here. Where's the? Did I mess this up? Where's the target, the build target? 1 second. Oh, I didn't have to build target. I'm so dumb. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh Jeebus. Jeebus, save me. So the most important thing was to actually add the target, build the target here. Not to build the same container 2 times. So here, target, excuse me, burping, target, I can spell target. Network tools. Okay, so that was the whole point of that build. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, I feel the pain. All right. We should have this less than 5 minutes now. All right, so I was enjoying these different tools here, but they're not really giving me good information. So if you put it in mode lint, it's supposed to give you the information. What is this, probe? And then what do you have to do? Probe path, JSON? Let me run this. Mode equals to probe. Well, I need that. I need the probing part. That would be nice to have that. Invalid memory address. Nice. Good go coding here. Yeah. Oh man. Open source, right? Open source. Let's try query traffic. Let's see if that one works. What the hell? Why? Why not even try with the open source tools? Why? Why? I like this. Analyze and explain. So let me see if that works. I see. Let's see what the explain has. Same idea, right? They're not really explaining it. They're just parsing it. Anyways, all pods should be able to access it. Yeah, sure. And some pod, not all. So all ports and all protocols here, because we removed this, sure. Yeah. The problem we have in here is that once we put a port here, it crashes, right? No, it crashes. It blocks. Anyways, we'll test this in a second. But this analyze would be nice if you can analyze this. But this simple dump of the YAML file is not really that useful. Although, well, it is useful. I guess it parses it nicely and puts a nice table. So there you go. Yeah, Bob's Yanko, it's good. All right. I'm not sure about the explain part. What is explaining? Which, I guess, what? Oh, this is for the ingress? Huh. I really need this, the connectivity probe. That's what we need. This is what we do right now. Once the build is done. Still building. There you go. That's the right target now. So I do like this probe idea because I need to probe my, but this thing that just doesn't work. I wonder if I can just install it from here. Not through Coop. No, it's the same idea. And then let me see if the probe works again. So we go what? Probe and flags. Okay. And it just goes policy by policy. Oh, I can give it a policy. Okay. All right. Let me just give this one more try. So probe. Yeah, let me give it. Well, that's all I can do, really. mode is the mode probe. No, they don't have a probe here. No. Maybe this mode equals to probe. Yeah, right. This is okay. Okay, back to the drawing board. I should probably create my own tools, man. God, you know what? I should probably just write this whole thing and go myself, man, because this happens so much. Network policies here, and I'm just gonna grab this, steal this code because it's open source, so it's not technically stealing. And yeah, we just do here. I'm going to rewrite this main app function, not this one here. Is there any code in here? Let's see, where's the probe? CLI, connectivity, matured worker, utility, is the utilities? Nope. All right, let's look at the probe. Bounce string, resource test, sweet test, Shumbo. Yeah, I'm gonna steal this code and just make this work. Not now, obviously, but maybe over the weekend. I'll just fork this and build my own connectivity tool. So I don't have to build these additional containers. Sounds like a weekend project. Uh-huh. Yeah, my ass, they test nothing. It's broken. 3 years ago, okay? Yeah, maybe it's stale. But yeah, don't lie to me that you test it. Sweet. Hopefully this is now, let me see. Just double check the installation. I should see all the networking stuff here. What am I looking for? Yeah, curl. Oh, so okay, cool. We're good. We're good. Oh, it's TCP. Okay. So since this is already memory and we have always pull with the pull policy, what we can do is just delete it. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Let's go back to the namespace. All right, so here we can just be fancy and just delete it. Delete the stateful state pod. And it should come back to life with our network tools. Let's delete it. Come on, talk to me. There's always a grace period here. That's quite long for these stateful sets before a new one is kicked off. There we go. All right. Let's see what's happening here. There we go. Got the latest one. Oh, sweet Jeebus. Why is it crashing? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Where's the command? I suspect it's the command that is trying to run. Let's adjust the command as well. What? I'm just going to grab this just to have some fun with this locally. Again, we got looked at Google. Dude. Oh, Google. What are we going to do here? Let me open a new. Let's run this bad boy and just see. Actually, we don't have to even run it. Docker. Well, we can just run it with a command. I mean, I can spell Docker and just run. Oh, Jeebus. VS Code. That was such a bad suggestion. Awful, dude. In fact, oh, dude, what's happening here? All right. All right, we can work with this. Now let's see if curl is here. Curl, HTTP, blah, 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 s google.com. Sweet. So the tools are already in this container. So that is good. So what are you complaining about here? What is the problem? I think I need to give it a command and also an argument. So yeah, let's do this. All right, let's override some of these things here. So, Bitnami has a nice debug feature when you can enable debug on and off. And then it uses a debug container. Now, I didn't actually add that feature. I should probably do it in my Helm chart. So when we go in here and into the stateful set YAML, so what we're going to do here is just edit the command and argument. So because this container, this image doesn't have much, it doesn't do anything. So it just starts and finishes. So in our case, we want to, where's the command? Is there a command here? Command. Okay, so right at the top, we're just going to add command and arguments here to our container. Hold on, let me think. Is it? It's like this, right? Or command, right? Let me look at the other ones. Oh, it's all under the same thing, right? Okay. Yeah, sorry. All right. Let me actually put it under the image so I can find it better here. So the command is going to be our bash. So that's the entry point. So we're going to overwrite the entry point with bash. And then the argument is going to be infinity. We're going to sleep for infinity because then it will not do anything. And then we can just exe into it. So args is going to be infinity command. So -c dash I think just infinity, right? Oh no, sleep infinity, right? All right, that should do it. Let's kill the pod. And let's start again with our new properties, right? And where's my args? Just double check. There we go. Sweet. There we go. That was very quick. It's running. Okay, sweet. So we're back in game. Just took a little time, just a little bit of time. That's all. All right. So in this terminal, let's exe into the container. All right. Do you have curl here? Yeah, we have curl. There we go. So our goal is to figure out what the hell is happening with our, with our network policy. So when we do a curl to HTTPS, we can go to Google, google.com. Right. So that happened. Okay. Cool. Now, what happens if you go to our internal? Where is it? Let me just grab. I'm going to grab this. So we're having a problem going after this one. All right. So now, no problem now. Okay. So now, let me go and change the network policy. So it's restrictive, or at least the way it should be, not restrictive. All right, so we saved one here for a good reason. So we want to just add first of the ports, right? So this should be enough. So just adding the ports to the two here should be enough to allow the same behavior as we had before. But it didn't, right? So there's something broken. So let's just see. Okay, so this was the issue. All right. So now going back to our container here, let me see if I can hit Google still. Yeah. And what about this one? Ooh, there we go. Oh, snap. There you go. We found the problem. Took a little bit of time. So why is this not working? So curling Google. Actually, let's just do it with more flags here. So www. There we go. We got a nice handshake here. Let's do the same thing with accessing our ingress. Let's go www. Interesting. Oh my God. We having an SSL issue. Why are we having an SSL issue? Oh, snap. So it's not the network policy. It's just, hold on. What? This doesn't make sense. If I restrict it to the TLS port, I'm getting SSL issue only for that specific thing. That is a very strange issue. Very strange. I won't lie to you. It's extremely strange. Why? Let me break this down here. Why is this happening? It is trying the right port, the right IP address on the right port. And that is interesting that this is breaking like that. I wonder if I need to add an annotation to my container to skip the unbound ports, but that would only apply if both of these things were not working. So I'm lost for words. Why is one working and the other working? It's the same thing. Oh boy, that's just a bit of an issue here. Is this a certificate issue? Let me skip this. So if I go dash, what's it, dash K? Oh man. Is it dash K or dash insecure? Hold on, let me double check this. So if I go, let's see what I'm gonna do here. I'm going to, yeah, let's do dash insecure. Just in. Nope. And what if I do change the TLS version? Because this is complaining about TLS. So if I go and use TLS, was it 1.2? So if I go TLS V 1.2. Nope. What if? Oh boy, that is a problem. I don't even know what to do next. Should I just do a TCP dump and just see what's happening here? Because right now I have nothing. So let me do that maybe. Let's do a freaking telnet. Let's telnet to this and just see if I can actually then access. So for telnet, I don't need HTTPS. I just need to do telnet, and then just go spaceport. No, space 443. I didn't install telnet. Do I have IP? I didn't install telnet. Oh, snap. Crap. Let me look at my tools. Where's my tools? I didn't install Telnet. Don't tell me that. I love Telnet. Telnet is the best. It's amazing. It's tremendous. Where's freaking my Telnet? I need my Telnet right now. I tell you what. TCP dump, traceroute, netstood, P2, DNS utilities. Ah, crap. I didn't put Telnet in here. Oh, cool. Let's use netcut, whatever. It's almost the same thing. We have netcut here, right? So let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. All right. So what else are we going to do here? All right. Let's do NS lookup first. Let's just see where the hell this is. What it thinks it is. So NS lookup. All right. So NS lookup here. Oh. So yeah. So it does resolve to this address. So it's. So it is as expected. So it doesn't tell me much, except for the IPs to the services, Kubernetes service, Keycloak service for Kubernetes. Let's see what else we can do here. We can do. Let's do NC. Let's do NC dash BZ. Doing to port. Let's do a port as well. So not port. So I can make the connection to it on that port. So I'm trying. You know what? I'm thinking it might be the Keycloak, and I'm thinking maybe it's the certificates that are part of this container that are mismatched with the certificates in the other container because they're probably self-signed. But that wouldn't make sense because it's going to Let's Encrypt. Oh boy. No, wait. It's bypassing Let's Encrypt, right? So it's not going through the ingress. It's going directly into the service, right? So hold on. I think that might be the problem. Where's the curl? So if I do a curl here and I do just HTTP without the S. Right. It calls the connection because we don't allow non-HTTPS on that specific port. But it is making connections, so it's okay. What else we can do? Well, I can do a trace route to see if it's going through the was it trace route? Let's see. See if it's making. Trace route was useless. So since we made a connection with NC here, netcut, and it's making actually connection on the port, then it must be something related to the TLS layer, right? So if I go back into the curl here, and then let's see if we can, what can we do here? What can we do here? Do we specify what? Let's just do different TLS versions first. So I did already TLS 1.2, so TLS V 1.1. I didn't like that. Oh, yeah, I didn't like that at all. Bad gateway. What TLS V 1.2? Hold on, is the Keycloak down? What's happening here? No, we're still rolling. It's still rolling. So what is your problem? So if I don't specify the TLS, are you happy with it? Oh, because it's HTTP. Okay, hold on. All right, let's go back to my. It should be HTTPS, right? Not HTTP. HTTPS. Right. So it's not happy about that protocol. What about 1. That's 1.1. What about 1.2? Nope. Oh boy. What can we do here? How can we tease this out? Well, obviously ping should work, right? So let's ping only on, let's do a ping. And whatever, just C4. What, I don't have ping install? Oh boy, I installed ping. Really? There's no ping? Okay, I have to install a bit of tools. All right, what else we can do? So we are making a connection. We are making a TCP connection before we get to TLS. So it really feels like it's a TLS issue. Should I try specific ciphers? I don't know, man. Let me just grab some ciphers here. Oh, what was it? Let me do compressed SSL parameter. I don't even know what that does. Let's just try that one. Compressed SSL. That's not even part of this curl version. Okay, I don't know what it. All right, let me try ciphers. Let me try different. Coco, hey, come down. Let's try different ciphers. No. I have nothing. All right, you know what? Let's use Nmap, right? Let's do Nmap. So I can do Nmap on. I'm just going to type this. Let's do Nmap as same as nc command. Let's do Nmap on the specific port, and let's see what happens here. Nmap P, right? 443. Well, that's just freaking annoying. So it is connecting. So it has to be TLS issue, man. You know, let me look at Keycloak logs, man. There must be some weird shit happening in the Keycloak side, man. If this is some Keycloak issue, I'm gonna snap, man. Some weird ass TLS Keycloak issue. Let me see. Let's have a look at the logs. Let's do, I don't know, last 45 minutes. What do we have here? It's not even registering the attempts I'm making to connect. Yeah, nothing. Even the linker D is not doing much. Really, nothing? I'm hitting this and nothing happens? So Nmap worked, so that's nice. That's encouraging. So this I can talk to the freaking container. Where is it? So Nmap, I get what? And there's DNS record here as well. With the, okay, so boy, so that's fine. So it still points at TLS issue because it connects on that specific port. What else we can do? I guess the last thing to do is do a TCP dump and see, inspect the TCP packets, right? Right. I get the feeling it's linker D. I don't know why. I mean, because I am making a connection, but once I start making TLS connection, that kicks in, right? So let me do TCP. TCP dump. Let's do. We're going to. How are we going to do this? Let's. What are we going to do? Let me get the TCP dump command because I don't remember. Yeah. So yeah, let's inspect. Let me. I'm gonna run it in the background, right? So because I can't open two. All right, I'll do a background process. It's going to be kind of stupid, but let's go TCP. First of all, let's just see if I have it installed. Okay, cool. You don't have permission to capture on this device. Shut up. Okay, I might have to change the context, security context. Let's do so. Catch on any. What am I doing? Host is the IP address. So host is. I want to capture the 34.130.9.49. And I want to do what? Yeah, let's put this in pcap. Okay, so let's go Keycloak .pcap. All right, and let me run this on a. All right, so I'm going to move to security context. Actually, let me just run the curl command first, and then let's see if it actually captures anything. You know what? Let me just run without pcap. I just want to do it in the background. All right. So let's exit this. Let's adjust the security. Let's adjust the security constraint here. And do TCP dumps and see what happens. Let's inspect the TLS layer. All right, so I'm just gonna bastardize this YAML even more. So in here, I'm going to find the security policy here that stops me from fiddling with. That's a bad choice of words there. I apologize. All right. And then the pod security policy here. Okay. So this is going to help me to run any commands I wish. All right. So I think TCP dump is the last one that's going to give us some information about this, because we can make connection to Keycloak or to the specific network. To Keycloak pod on the specific network, and then we can also, we can establish connection on the 443 port, which is used for TLS. But once we start doing TLS, we get TLS exception, right? So this, I don't think it's obvious yet, but it points at the TLS being busted, and which is strange because it works fine in any other, like we're using it all over the place. So this is like some another strange, freaking weird issue. Let's see if I can grab the TCP dump here again. Right, yeah, let's do it here so we can actually inspect it and run it as a. All right, so it's listening on a specific host right now. Now, if I run, where's my curl command? Where did I put it? Curl. Where's my curl command? So I curl the here. All right. Let's jobs, right? Let's kill this. How do you kill jobs? Holy crap! PSAUX. Where's the? Oh, before I do anything, it's just. Right. There's nothing in this file. I'm disappointed. I was hoping to have a lot in this file. Let me just run this again. Let me do with insecure. Nothing. I was hoping we'd get something from here. All right, let me kill this. So jobs, whatever, kill by numbers, right? Kill the first job. I don't know. All right, let's see if there's any. Oh, it did dump. Or okay, it was just holding on to the thing. Okay, never mind. So let's just do this. Keycloak. I didn't want to do the pcap actually. Hold on. All right, let me do this again. All right, so where's my thingy? Come on. All right, I'm not going to capture this. I just want to dump it to the screen right now. All right. Let's do it clear. There we go. Okay. Wow, that was painful. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Let me just grab this. So it's in a little file here so we can examine line by line what's happening with this TCP connection. All right. I will clean this up. Okay, cool. Let's see. All right, so we initiate the connection. Well, that's interesting. It's going here. It's using the headless service. Well, that's freaking interesting. Why is it using a headless service, right? That is just and on the headless service is using this specific port, right? So it's not even using the 443 port. Damn it. It's time to finish. I'm suspecting this is related to Linkerd. And you know what? I'm going to actually apply annotation to, let me see. Let me just grab an annotation from somewhere. Do you have one here? This project? Skip, I think it's called skip outbound dash outbound. Holy shit, go away. Skip outbound ports. Okay, I see that's the one. I don't have it here. Where do I have it? I have it in maybe here. I know I used it somewhere because I know I had issues. Skip outbound. Nope, not here. What about KPS charts? Maybe here. Oh, this is just on Linkerd. Okay, let me find the Linkerd annotation somewhere. And I'm gonna see if I can use them. Okay, so oh yeah, it is. So it's an annotation skip config Linkerd. But wait, do you put this annotation on where? On the pod, or do you put it on the annotation on the deployment itself. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. All right, let's add this annotation and see if. Oh, it's on a template. Okay, so sure. So it's annotations right there on the pod itself. Okay. All right, let's do this. So this will at least eliminate. So if you go to stateful set here, let's edit this. And if you go down to spec here, template labels, I need annotations here. And just put this here, okay? So the idea here is that this should prevent from Linkerd from picking it up. So if it's messing with the TLS, because the mutual TLS in between is messing up the handshake, then that would do it. But it's just strange that this never came up before. Right? I mean, we use Keycloak in many places with Linkerd, and this is a very specific thing. Now, maybe because of the service policy, the network policy, the combination of both. But why would the network policy allow? Okay, this doesn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense. Okay, let's see the annotations. The annotation on this one on the pod. Let's see. Linkerd enable. Where's my annotation? Oh, here. There's my annotation. Okay. Config Linkerd. Okay. So if I go back and port forward to it again, or exe into it, not port forward. Let's do where's my curl command? Curl. Where's my curl command? I put it here on the side somewhere. What are you? What are you? Oh, here, I got it. Okay, I got you. Oh, copy paste. You suck. That's interesting. It just got stuck. And all we did was just told it to skip the outbound. Everything else is the same. Everything else is the same. Well, that's strange. Let me see if I can do Google or something. Google still works. Well, why is this stuck? I don't understand. We just... no, shut up. I'm not talking to you. Stop typing what I say. You're not Siri? You can't hold Siri's water, can you? So that's interesting. We just added skip outbound ports 443, and now it's not doing anything. So it might be Linkerd. Right. So if I change the port to 80, it works. But if I change the port to 443, oh. Let's see if you can establish a connection with, where's my NZ command? NZ, NC. Here's the NC command. What the hell just happened here? This is strange. This should be in the log. So if linkerd is blocking this should be in the log right now. So there should be a log of here. Connection refused. Why is the connection refused now? Why? So this is the Nginx proxy that just constantly crashing. Sorry, not Nginx proxy. That's the Prometheus scraper. Wow, the brain is dead. The Prometheus scraper that is causing all these problems here. All right, so I'm just going to ignore this one here because this is just not valid because it scrapes every few seconds. All right. Just going to add one more annotation to skip the specific port IPs as well. So I'll just add both. Why not? For adding all these different annotations, let's just do that. So this one is going to be on the IP itself. Here. All right. And you know what? I'm just going to, I don't know if it's comma separated or space separated, but I'm going to put the 9090 there as well. All right. All right, let's do a curl again. Where's my curl command? Why did it get worse with Linkerd skipping those things, man? That doesn't make sense. It's supposed to get better, not worse, right? So changing the stateful set here and adding this annotation is supposed to improve the situation, not make it worse. Let's remove this. This is just a bit messed up. Let me see if I can get back to connecting with curl with failures, and I can debug the TLS failures. Maybe examine the certificate with the OpenTLS as well. I'm not sure if I actually installed that one, but let's just double check, because this is just too weird, man. Let's look up again. Let's just see. We're good. Now let's do curl. Now this is just supposed to work, but fail with TLS. All right. And let's just do, and so this should work. So, okay. So we have all this, and it's working. So what else can we do here? Hmm. It must be the TLS issue. Obviously, it must be TLS issue. But how is the TLS issue so messed up? Oh boy. Let me see. Let me just double check. What is the current network that I have? A network policy. Just to confirm. What? Oh, backend. Let me see. Where is it? So, oh boy. Mm-hmm. Let me make some updates here. So, where's my edit? I'm gonna change this a bit as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the linker D. Where's the linker D? I'm gonna add the linker D 4413 to no, but it doesn't make sense because it's already doing that. All right, let me look at some. There's some key observations here, right? When it comes to it, it really feels like the sidecar proxy is the one that's causing a problem here. Now it could be on the other end as well, right? So the service mesh does the mutual TLS, right? It intercepts the traffic and encrypts the traffic with certificates, and it does the handshake. And Bob's your uncle works, right? Now, the problem we're having here is that this is like a weird edge case when um, it is probably using the internal port. Because I'm looking at the output here from the dump here, the TCP dump, right? So there's some clues here. It looks like it's a sidecar container, man, the service mesh. That's what it looks like. Because the TLS feels like it's intercepted, but the service cache. And oh boy. So you know what? Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the Linkerd port to here. Okay. So this is the sidecar container. So the port that we have on Linkerd, excuse me, let's double check this. So let's look at the sidecar container here and see what ports are configured. Oh boy, where are the ports? Here, this one. So 4413, this one here, right? So I'm thinking that it is just crashing out when it's getting intercepted, and using this port to talk to between the the sidecars, right, the mutual TLS. That's what I'm assuming here, because I think that's the only thing that makes sense right now. So if I also provide ports, hold on, let me see. So if I add ports right here, to the was the 4413 port here. So yeah, so ports. Let's add ports, and then let's put the port. Come on, you stupid thing. Port. It's going to be 441. What was it? 43. That was the mutual TLS port between the service mesh, and then protocol equals to TCP. Okay, so let's see if that makes any difference. What's credentials are off? Oh, come on. Let me just grab this so I can copy paste this. CTO get an S. It's telling me that Google timeline again. Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. Okay. So if I'm going to edit this policy here, I'm just going to add ports here. All right, let's see if this changes anything for the Pro. No difference, huh? Interesting. It doesn't make sense, man. Why is this? Just doesn't make sense. Well, my port wasn't applied. What happened? Yeah. Oh no, they are. They're just above here. Okay. Right. You know, let's disable linkerd injection and let's see if it is a linkerd issue. Because right now I'm running out of ideas here. Okay. So let's just go back here and what I'm gonna add. What I'm gonna do, annotations, where I put the annotations. I guess you put it the same thing on the pod YAML here. So let's just add here, annotations, and just disable the injection here, just for this test. And let's see if this makes a difference, because it's a weird edge case when we're trying to make a TLS communication from the container to container, and the service mesh is doing mutual TLS between those containers at the same time. So it's wrapping TLS within TLS, but it only breaks if we have egress. If we remove egress, it doesn't break. It just doesn't, there's something missing here. There's all right. Let's see. Let's see if there's linkerd injected here. Oh, there's no linkerd right now. So okay, let's just see if that makes a difference now. Oh, let's see. What we're gonna do? So we can examine the traffic again. So let's see if we can curl this endpoint again. There's no linkerd here, and you know what? I'm thinking it's the linkerd on the on Keycloak that's messing it up. Because right now there's nothing that's. Oh yeah, let me just stop. Okay, so if I do, let's do here NC. Let's see if we can do a straight connection to it. Yeah, it's blocking it, right? So because it's not on the network, on the linkerd network. So let me see. So now we should have some feedback here from the Keycloak. Here, linkerd should be telling us something that's blocking connections. Nothing. Last 10 minutes. Nothing. There's no feedback from this container whatsoever. Are you messing with me? Nothing. What do you mean there's nothing? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? Yeah. It's not even getting to it. What if we change this a bit and use the service instead? So let's go and do Keycloak namespace kubert.sso.svc.cluster.local. Interesting. What about Google? We should be able to talk to Google. It still can hit Google. That is just annoying. What are you doing, Google? What is different between your setup and my setup? Ah, boy. It just can't even establish the connection. Well, this actually proves that the TLS communication was managed by Linkerd. Now it is not. All right, so let me close this, and I'm just going to disable egress just to see if, just completely disable egress here. So if I go back now, it should work, right? Yeah. How does this make sense? What's the mechanism here in this network that is blocking the request when we do provide egress policy? So I can see now the certificate here. Everything is fine. So there's no issue with certificate. Let me do TCP handshake with TCP dump with what is the command I did? Where's my command? So if I do TCP dump with a regular connection without the egress, actually both, okay? So since egress is the difference, I'm going to go back and remove the linker D. So because linker D is now, we gain the same behavior. Actually, it's even worse. Okay, so at least that tells me that linker D is mediating the process here. So Keycloak is not getting access. That's worse. Okay, so we can do it both ways. Systematically, right. So we're going to enable linker D again, service mesh. Let's edit this. So here, let's remove this annotation. Okay. Save. All right. So we're going to run TCP dump with egress and without egress policy, right? Just to see the difference, to see where the TCP connection it fails, and just compare it both. I suppose if it doesn't work, I have to delete the network policy so the guys can start testing the LangFlow integration because it works. LangFlow is working. It's just mine. Network policy is not working. So there you go. All right. All right. So first we're running this without any. All right. Can we do a curl here? Nope. Let's grab it from here. So this should work. Let's just make sure it works before we run the TCP dump in the background. All right. So now we can kick off TCP dump not this. Let me grab the TCP dump command. So we're just going to listen to anything on that on the network. Put this in the background. All right, let's clear this. Now let's execute the curl command again. There we go. So we have all this data. So this is what happened when it works, okay? I'm just going to analyze this in a second. So let me put this in a separate window, okay? Now we are going to delete this close, okay? Now I'm going to go and enable the network policy. Add egress to it back to the policy. Oh, crap. Just to make sure that we are running this with linker D still. Yeah, still running with linker D. Okay. So now if I run this again, let's clear this. Actually, let me just let's kill the job or jobs. Let's kill number 1. All right. So jobs, anything running? Oh, done. All right, so let's run this again. Let's clear this. So now we're going to do this experiment again and get a new TCP dump. All right, let's run this in the background. Let's clear this and just capture the pocket here. TCP pockets, semicolon pocket. All right, there we go. So we have 2 separate results. All right, let's put this back here. Oh. All right. What the hell?
Maybe I can just go after my appointment tomorrow. I hope it's not too far away.
Okay. I want to delete this part here. That's one to delete here. And all right, cool. Okay. All right. So this is our initial dump. What's my initial dump? Here. Okay. So we got that. What's with the copy paste here, dude? Just put this here. And with egress, we got that. Okay, so let's just analyze both of these streams of TCP data. So this suggests that we should have the egress policy on that specific IP address, but without any, right? Without any port restrictions, right? That's what it looks like. And if I look at this one here, right, it goes here. So let me do that. let me see if that makes sense. So let's edit this policy here. So the suggestion is, because there's maybe other kind of ephemeral ports happening at the same time as this one here, that we want to add. Do I have two of them here? All right. So we want to add one more two or not two. Yeah, two. So we'll probably will add little here 2, and the 2 is going to be for IP block. IP block, and it's going to be your CIDR range, CIDR, and then we're going to put that IP address of the ingress, 34.139.9 that what's the 49, and just allow just that one IP address, but without any port restrictions, right? 34.139.49. Okay. Line 31, find an expected key. Line 30, invalid. What? Where is it? Line 39. Where? Oh, here. Is it because the tabs are off? Line 31. Invalid value. What? What's your problem? What? Where is it? Hold on a second. This is just messed up. So this aligns. This aligns. This all aligns, okay. And this This aligns, okay. And this aligns as well. So where's the error? Oh, I misspelled the block with the lowercase l. And I mistyped the IP address, obviously. All right, let's see if this makes a difference in curl. No. Still the same feedback. Oh boy.
Oh gosh. Yes, then.
This is weird. This is extremely weird.
Are we just watching the show? It's all right. Well, you can watch this, but you can't watch this, but grab the thing. Grab the thing. It's over there. It's over there. Grab your feet. Grab it. This is a horrible show. I'm just watching this show. Can you get it? It's right there. So that's all we get for this video.
Let me see. What if it's coming from the 443 from the other one, right? From the Keycloak side. All right, let me make this a little bit bigger here so I can see it. Right, so this didn't make a difference. Yeah, let me remove this. This is the one that should work. That's not working. Here we are. Do I need to specify the port here? No. Okay. I want to put a port here, right? So anything come from this namespace, I want to also now also think about the port, or yeah. So I'm going to add the ports here to this section here. All right. So let's add the ports. I'm going to grab it from here, so we can just do it quickly. here ports. So this one, just like this, and then I want another port. This one here on the Keycloak side. This special Linkerd port for use for okay. So let me think about that. So yeah, let's do that. All right. Where is it? So that didn't make any difference, did it? Do I have IP installed in here? IP command? Something I added all the commands. No, I don't. Can I do apt-get update? Oh yeah, I can. Let me just install the. I don't even know where it's coming from. Install IP. Where's so on Debian? Where is it coming from? Oh, IP route. Okay, so it's IP route 2 package. What? So IP route or IP route 2? Oh, it's not connecting to it. Okay, it's blocked. No, that's actually good. Right. I'm going to have to install this next time I'm touching the container. What about netstat? I did install netstat, didn't I? Netstat? Netstate or netstat? Oh, I did. Okay, cool. Let's see what's happening here. So we have a lot of different connections here. Let me see what we have here. The 8090 here. So you have a few connections from the Linkerd service mesh, but they also have other stuff just on the cluster here.
His mom? So this girl? No. Yeah, it's this girl.
Yeah. Well, anyways, this shows that Linkerd is connected and it's working. That's fine. That's not a big deal. But trying to figure out if not to end this, but I gotta fix this in the morning. I'm happy that LangFlow is working. I think we're done with LangFlow. Single sign-on is good. We'll probably do a little demo tomorrow, with or without the network policy, just to kind of go through and maybe do a little retrospective about all the stuff that we updated. Let's do a post of that. So let's be proud and show this off. Let me just say about the network policy here. It's just freaking annoying. Actually, no, I don't want to do this. Okay. Anyways, we don't have to do any marketing right now. We'll do it tomorrow. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to get this networking policy working. Now, obviously, I can disable it. Obviously, I can make it really, really open, but that just defeats the purpose. I still don't know why this weird combination of mutual TLS and TLS, which is a service mesh between the containers that does mutual TLS automatically, is messing with the TLS from one container to the other container. And it is between containers because you can do the TLS outside the containers, so it's fine. So it has to be a Linkerd configuration issue somewhere, and it's not obvious where. So I'll do a little bit of research. I'll look at the Linkerd docs and see if there's any mention of that, because it's a very kind of niche issue. Like it's very, very, very specific. So, because Keycloak has its own certificate as well deployed, and also there's also Ingress, Let's Encrypt certificate. So there's at least 3 different certificates, right? There's SSL termination on Ingress, there's mutual TLS between Linkerd, and there's self-signed certificate on Keycloak, right? So some combination of all these certificates is just not working well. And anyways, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll have some little fun and do demos tomorrow, and maybe we'll do a quick agentic AI workflow for a hedge fund. Let's see if we can make some money tomorrow. So hedge fund is probably the first one we'll do, just for fun. Obviously, we want to do the DevOps agentic AI, but hedge fund is probably the first one I'll do because I already have the graph ready and the prompt. So we'll just copy paste stuff into it and just do a quick graph and get the agents, see if they can make any money. All right, I got to finish here. And it was good run with LangFlow, but it was disappointing with network policies. I guess that's the way it goes sometimes.